Irene, you've scored another point for the women's team today. 2 out of 2.
Yep.
How are you feeling?
Feeling great. To be honest, I'm still finding my rhythm, like in my daily routine with all the jet lag and stuff. But I'm happy I'm off to a good start, and I'm just hoping to contribute as much as I can to the team.
Yeah. How about today's game? What happened?
I think it was quite strategical. There was really, not much going on in the opening and the early middle game, but then my opponent started making some concessions to the position, and I was trying to, in the end, I was trying to make some pawn storm in the king side, and then it went successfully. So and he started making mistakes again and here and there, so I could convert it to a victory.
Okay, let's look at a key point in the game.
Thank you. So yeah, it was starting out as a Nimzo Queen's Indian type position, and I was actually preparing for first move e4 even, because the players here, they don't only have one opening repertoire, they have like various, so that's why there was some hardship in the preparation. But anyway, out of 11, 12 moves in this position after he played queen d3. So white has an isolated queen's pawn here. And I think what's planned after that is like probably knight e4, trying to make a battery with the queen and the bishop towards my h7 square. And I thought in this position, black has to do something, you know. Of course, my homework is about my bishop on c8. It's not developed yet, whether it stays on this diagonal or whether I should make some preparation like a6, b5, bishop b7. But in this position, I was trying to clarify the position as soon as I can. So that's why I played e5 here. And in this position, I thought for quite a while. Okay, before I played e5, because there was some idea of sacrificing on a6. This is quite, it's looking dangerous, but I think if we continue, there was actually nothing much for, there was nothing much for white in this position, like after queen a6, knight h7, knight e4, and I just have to go back with my bishop, and then, it's all right, bishop c7, and then if bishop d3, trying to attack my knight on h7, I can just close it with f5. It's like a really nice position for me. So, and there was also some other variation corresponding to it, but in my calculation, there was really nothing if white going for this type of sacrifice. So that's why he pushed this d5. And then after that, it was just pretty much pretty strategical. I was trying to consolidate my position with my pieces. Like, okay, knight g3, I play a6, not actually wanting to play b5, but okay, he played a4 to stop it. And then knight g6, I was just, you know, even though this is already middle game, I'm trying to develop my pieces, although it's like the toss in the opening, but continue. So bishop b3, rook c8, and then
playing nicely,
rook e1. To be honest, I thought during the game that white didn't really have any clear ideas in this position. The only idea that white might have is somehow to make the battery work, but it never happened. And the pawn on d5 is just, you know, blocking the bishop, and that was actually the whole idea of playing e5. And then, queen f5, I'm just trying to, you know, play a natural move, developing everything, improving the pieces, and after knight e4, takes, and then in this position, I had two options on how to exchange the knight with, whether with this bishop, the dark square bishop, or the light square bishop. And I decided to go with the light square bishop because I knew this bishop on d6 is a perfect piece to block the pawn. And also at some point I had a future idea of pushing all the pawns, and then this bishop on d6 will be a very dangerous bishop, you know, with all this diagonal from b8 to h2. And it happened in the game. So bishop f5, f5, and then I took it first. Bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, and then queen
d8.
Queen d8, And now the idea is very simple. I just want to play f5. F5, e4, and that's it. So he only had one move here, rook g4, to stop f5. But this move is a bit awkward. I mean, the rook is not perfectly placed. It has to be like somewhere on the e file, but okay, this is a desperate measure to stop f5. So I play queen f6 here. I'm not too hurried with the f5 because okay, it's not possible at the moment. But I had some other ideas to make it work in the future. So after here, bishop c3, I think it is also another mistake because now it allows my knight to have a really good outpost on f4. And after the queen moves, the queen has to keep on this diagonal. Otherwise, I can just move my queen and then play f5 in the end. So in this position, I think it's already strategically winning for black because I have h5 here, and whatever you do, I just move my queen on h6, and then f5 is unstoppable because I have another additional idea of a fork on e2, so the queen cannot really move it to f5. Yes. So I think in this position already, whatever white does, it's already winning for me. So the game continued with rook e1, and I just, rook e1, f5, and then queen a4, and then h4, and then just kicking all the pieces away, and then e4. So this was the pawn storm that I was talking about. And then even if he moved rook e3, I have an idea of queen g3 attacking mate in one, or probably if g3 I can take on h3. It's just another idea.
Plays itself.
Yeah, it will be
Yeah.
like that. So he, after e4, took on f4, but this is already just lost. I mean, I can basically play any other moves.
Yeah.
This is very comfortable for black.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Welcome to round 3 of the GibChess Battle of the Sexes 2022. We are here at the Garrison Library in Gibraltar, where we are witnessing one of the most unique and special formats of Scheveningen chess that we've seen in a long time. 10 top grandmasters, male, playing 10 top female players in a battle for £100,000. The winning team taking home £75,000. It's round 3 today, and so far things have gone very badly for the boys. They lost round 1 by 3 points, they lost round 2 by 3 points, and they had the white pieces in every game last game. Both sides have either all white or all black, meaning that the boys are down 6 points already, and it's only round 3. I'm here with Irina Bulmaga. Irina, yesterday we saw an absolute dominant display by the women.
Indeed. And according to your predictions, men had to win yesterday. But the ladies proved stronger once again.
I was completely wrong. I thought the men would win by 2 points or something like that, but the ladies were just too good. Some great individual performances, some saves, and we've got the results from yesterday. Yeah, let's get that up on the screen. Let's get those results straight back up. A bunch of draws. Jovanka Huska could have won her game against Erik Rosen. That's for sure. Oh, they disappeared again. The results there. There we go. Oh, this is for today, but let's have a look at the results from yesterday. Here we go. Irene with that lovely win. You saw people were watching that in the video just now.
Indeed, and she had such a great game.
Yes.
She's the only player on 2 out of 2 so far. And today she will be facing Aziz Hussein, who actually lost his game yesterday, as we see, against Jansaya Abdumalik.
Yeah, Abdumalik winning the game. She was always in control. And Gunay Mamadzada, after a difficult opening, she came back to win with the black pieces against Bilal. A huge result for her, meaning that the ladies are very much in charge. Let's have a look at the pairings for today.
All right, and as said, we've seen Irene playing against Hussein. Do you think she can keep her 100% score?
I think she's got a good chance, that's for sure. She's playing well, she's confident, she's got white against Hussein, who is one of the lower rated players, but he can still play chess. But she's got a great chance today for sure.
I agree.
Yeah. Jansaya playing Bilal, also a great chance here for Jansaya. People would expect the rating favorite. Is she the rating favorite? Yes, I think she is the rating favorite. Perhaps, maybe not actually. Maybe she's just not. But in any case, she's playing good chess, and Bilal has been a bit. Well, he's been a bit unstable, let's say.
Indeed, I think he struggles here because he is on 0 out of 2 so far. Who would have thought? Yeah,
indeed. Gunay Mamadzada playing great chess as well, playing Leandro Crista. Leandro's been the most solid, along with Ravi Haria from the men's team. So I don't see Leandro losing today, but who knows? Oh, we've got Ravi Kramling there. That should be Pia Kramling against Ravi Haria. So we'll adjust that in the break, guys. Don't worry. There's a slight spelling mistake, but it's Pia Kramling with white against Ravi Haria. For me, two of the most solid guys in this whole tournament, actually.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think it's going to be a strategical battle rather than a tactical one. But, well, let's find out.
There we go, and that's been adjusted. Marie Sabag against Joseph Gallagher. Joe Gallagher nearly beating Maria Muzichuk yesterday. Missed a clear win, was very disappointed. Marie has yet to really... She's had 2 draws, and she hasn't had a long, hard fight yet, I would say. She's been a bit wary. Carrying on, we've got Marcel Efroimski against Jillian Boalia. We've got Olga Giria against Balashonka. We've got, we've already mentioned Irene, Jovanka Huska against Sabino Brunello.
I believe on this board, Sabino will try to score the first victory for the men's team because well, Jovanka was having some ups and downs on the previous days. Let's see how that one will go.
Indeed, and just on the screen there, we saw Pepe Gania, I believe, making the first move today. Pepe and his firm. Local to Gibraltar, been big sponsors of the Gibraltar Open for years and years and years, and are very generously sponsoring this tournament as well. So check them out, Cania, here in Gibraltar. And now a quick thing on the screen. There is a slight, well, I don't want to say mistake, but it is, we have to correct it. Antonetta Stefanova is not playing Eric Rosen. Antonetta, unfortunately, testing positive for COVID means that she has been sidelined, and instead it's Nino Batsiashvili playing Eric Rosen today.
Indeed.
Indeed. And some interesting matchups. Now, I thought today, looking at these pairings, Irina, that I think we're going to get more draws than before. I think this is going to be a bit more of a drawish kind of day. Where do you see the decisive results coming from?
Well, I believe that Irene will try hard to keep her 100% score against Hussein. And I think that Sabino, after yesterday's big blunder, will try to finally score a win. The other games seem unpredictable.
Yeah, a lot of unpredictability. I will say that if I had to bet on a draw today, I think Pia Kramling against Ravi Hari is going to be a super solid affair. I don't see any result there except a draw. I think Marisa Bag against Gallagher, well, you don't know. It depends how Joe is feeling today. That could be a draw. I think Mamadzada, Krisa will possibly be a draw. And then the rest of them are very, very up in the air. The games have kicked off. And you can see John Saunders there taking some photos.
He has a really fashionable chess mask.
He does. He has a fashionable chess mask. He does.
I really love it when players wear chess motifs.
Have you got any chess?
Yeah.
What have you got?
I've got some nice socks.
Socks. There we go. Good to have. Socks. Nice chess socks. I had a chess tie once, you know, a tie, but it got lost or it was thrown out. One of the two. It was probably thrown out because it was so ugly. There you go. That's what happens. As you can see also, the players playing in this wonderful location. If this is the first time you've joined us, playing at the Garrison Library, one of the oldest buildings in Gibraltar. And we spoke yesterday with Jennifer Ballantyne, who's the director of this library. If you want to hear more about the history of this wonderful building, please go and check out the live stream from yesterday where Jennifer very nicely gives us a rundown of the history and the importance of this building. But here they are, the chess players. And, well, the games have kicked off. So where do you want to go first? I'll let you choose, Irina, which game.
Let's start with the one which we have on the screen with Maria versus Bobby. I see it is a bishop b5 check in the Sicilian. So I guess Maria is going for a slow play today for a more strategical battle. Are you a Najdorf player yourself?
Not a Najdorf player, but I am a player of this particular system with white. I've had a lot of experience with white in all kinds of variations. Of course, the move that, well, there are many moves in this position. Pawn to d4 is a move, castling is a move, knight to c3 is a move, but the move that took the world by storm a few years ago was the move bishop to a4.
Yeah, it looks like a really mysterious one.
Really
no?
mysterious.
What's its idea?
The idea of this move is that you're anticipating a6, and if black does go a6, you can now play the move pawn to c4 and prevent black from getting out of this pin with b5. And the other point is that if black plays the move knight f6 here, you can actually castle. And it looks ridiculous because you're like, why can't black just take this pawn?
Yeah.
Well, the point is that after the move rook e1, hitting the knight,
F6.
knight f6 and d4, white gets a tremendous initiative, which can go very, very wrong for black very quickly. Let's just say black took, and played the move e6, standard-looking Sicilian moves. Now there's some kind of knight takes e6, which is absolutely destructive. Also moves like knight b5 here exist, threatening this pawn, because on d5 now bishop f4, and all of a sudden,
fork is coming on c7.
It's just all over. Very, very dangerous system. It was the flavor of the month for a while, but Maria has gone for a more classical way to play because she played the move castles, pawn to a6, and bishop to d3. This is another system that I've had tons of experience with. This also looks like a strange move, but the idea is that when the knight comes out to f6, as played by Bobby Cheng, you can now play c3, tuck the bishop back to c2, and then finally go d4. Results have been very decent for black, though, in this system. The thing that black has to decide is whether he wants to fianchetto the bishop like a dragon bishop, or if he wants to play more classically with the bishop on here. You can also put the pawn on e5 and actually get structures that resemble a Rai Lopez or a Spanish opening.
Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I think I seem to recall a game that Maria played in this system against Harika Dronavali some time ago, and it was a very tough theoretical battle, which ended in a draw with many sacrifices. I think it was that line with b5 and c4 somehow.
Right.
Not sure how we get there, though.
Yeah, I mean there are there's also rook e1, b5, and c4 here, for example, is actually another common move that was introduced by Carlsen and Nakamura a few years ago. So lots of theory here, but they have gone the more traditional route with c3, and Bobby has played e6, so keeping the structure fluid, and this also allows him to play for a win if he so chooses. Things aren't going to get too dry too quickly. So it is going to be an interesting game. Let's move on to another game.
Jansaya against Bilal.
Jansaya against Bilal. Let's go there. All right. Wow. Well, we've got action over here.
That's a win-over.
It's a French defense and win-over variation. Main line here with e5 and c5 and a3 takes, knight c6. Knight c6 is already
deviation, no?
Huge deviation.
Right. I play it myself with white, and I know the main lines are knight e7, queen c7, something along those lines where after queen g4 she takes, queen g7, it's a very unbalanced position. Knight c6 seems like a completely different approach. Yeah, it seems like Jansaya wasn't ready for it, as she fought for 4 minutes before making her move a4.
Exactly. So she basically, well, she might not have been prepared for it, but she might have just been recalling her notes as well, right? So this is just so unusual. I mean, queen c7 and knight e7 are just the main moves by a country mile. 90% of games in these winner-wires are played like this. So knight c6, a4. This is a very useful move to play in these winner-wires. You gain space for the bishop to come out to a3 a lot of the time, which is a very useful diagonal. And Bilal put a stop to that with the move queen a5 immediately. And Jansaya just played the move bishop to d2. Here, you don't win a pawn because I have an attack on the queen.
Yeah, I believe that black doesn't really want to take on d4. Probably he'll gonna wait for white to develop the bishop on d3 and then try to close up the center with c4, sort of winning a tempi.
Right.
I know this is some move, which a typical move for black in these structures, and then trying to play on the queen side. White will probably start an attack on the king side if black castles there, because black could also play bishop d7, castle long, and then try to advance on the king side when white castles. It's going to be a very complex battle, I believe, here. And you know, I was just speaking to Jansaya yesterday, and she said that in Kazakhstan, if you were following, there were some problems. I mean, some political meetings and a lot of strange stuff going on. So they had the internet cut for 10 days.
I had no idea. Okay.
Yeah, and the only thing she could do was practice chess and prepare for this tournament.
Wow.
For 10 whole days.
Hey, that's not bad.
Yeah, I'm wondering what does she have in the sleeve?
Well, that's true. She might have a lot up her sleeve. Indeed. Before we go to the next day, let's take a full view of the playing hall, because we are going to make a quick switch here. We're going to introduce a very special guest. And we can see here an overview of the playing hall. Players in full swing. And I'm delighted to be joined by Victor Gania from PKF Canias. PKF Canias, I beg your pardon,
That's
PKF
right.
Canias. One of the sponsors of this tournament. But even though we've never met, I recognize your name. You've been sponsoring for a while, haven't you?
We've been sponsoring since the inception of the of the tournament. Yeah, we're very proud to have this association with the important home of chess, you know, in the world, not just Gibraltar.
The new Wimbledon.
That's the new Wimbledon. Okay.
That's the way I like to call it.
Okay, I'll start calling it that then as well.
It's nice.
Yeah.
So what do you tell us a bit about your company, and for everybody who's watching who might be interested in what you guys do?
We are accountants and auditors in Gibraltar, but we're not just that, I would say. I think we provide business solutions and services for everybody that comes into our client arena.
Okay.
And we're very proud to be associated with a lot of local firms, and we have a long-standing association with a lot of our clients.
Okay.
Strong client retention. In the same way that we've been associated with the Gibraltar Chess Festival for all this time, a lot of our clients have been with us since inception as well. So we're very proud, and I think it was started by my father, Pepe Canilla, the senior partner at the firm, and now it's myself, one of the partners, and Daniel Delgado, who's another partner with us.
Okay.
I would like to say that we are a challenger firm here in Gibraltar, and we're very proud of association of the clients that we have.
There you go. If that's of interest to you guys, of course, please do get in touch. I'm sure they can Google you and
absolutely.
Get in touch.
We're online, we're everywhere.
So you've been sponsoring the event since the inception, you said. So where is the love for chess come from, or where is the connection there?
Well, the connection, I think the love for chess, like most people in Gibraltar who didn't have a love for chess before, came from Brian Callahan, who has an infectious attitude about chess, and there's no way you can spend some time with him talking about the subject and then not become enthralled with it. So that's what happened with us.
That's true.
And we've been very lucky to have been working for Brian. He's been a client of ours with his hotels and his other businesses that he's had in Gibraltar, and that relationship grew, and I'm very proud to call him a friend as well now. And the infectiousness to do with the chess festival comes from him, but that's not to say it ended there. It just grew from that.
So let me ask you the key question, because everybody, do you ever play at home? Do you get on the phone and play, or are you just enjoying watching the commentary from time to time?
I used to play at home on a computer board that you could play by yourself, and you could key in the moves.
Right. Okay.
But I got quite frustrated by the fact that I wouldn't win as many games as I started.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, exactly. So, but now it's more. I would suppose if I were to play, it would be on like most people, like on my smartphone, on an app and stuff. But when I don't play enough, I would imagine. But yeah, but it's nice to be reminded that it's around, and this time of the year I think a lot of us here in Gibraltar reconnect with our apps and start playing, which is good, and I'm sure it happens everywhere.
It does. Now let me tell you something that I've not said anywhere on stream or anything like that. One day I'm English, but
Yes.
one day I am actually hoping that there is the formation or the creation of the Gibraltarian chess team or chess federation, where they can go and be represented at the Olympics or at major championships. That would be phenomenal. How do you know much about in the general sporting world of, let's call it, Gibraltar? Because I know you have the football team, and I watch the football games sometimes against Scotland and whatever. With the result,
we managed to get an equalising goal in that match, which was important at Hampden. I actually was lucky enough to be there.
Oh, you were there?
Yeah,
were
I
you?
went, of course.
Okay.
Like every proud Gibraltarian, we support other Gibraltarians in whatever team or endeavour that they're in.
What else is going on, sir? Have you got like major basketball teams or anything?
Yeah,
like rugby or.
I mean, again, I know it sounds a cliche and everybody from Gibraltar says it, but Gibraltar punches above its weight in anything it applies to. And I think it's just a unique combination of our history and our determination and the kind of people we are. And I think being an underdog also helps because you're always starting from the same position. And I can see, just to answer the point you raised initially, I don't see why not Gibraltar shouldn't be represented in these as a federation, especially for chess, when there's so much wealth here in terms of knowledge, and already the groundwork is already there. I think it's like everything, putting it into action. But I don't see why not. And I know that it's being taught in schools, and it's like everything. I think it's about getting the grassroots movement right. And I'm sure that there is enough work behind that. I personally am not involved. Okay, but right. I would imagine that, like everything, as soon as people apply themselves to it, it will happen. It's just a matter of time. I'm sure we'll be represented.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Hell, if you are, I might end up. I might get a place here, and maybe I'll get in there. Maybe because I've got no chance playing for England, I might try and play for Gibraltar.
And if I could raise a point, I can. I mean, we're very lucky to be joined here as well by Ben Friedman, who is a BBC. He's made documentaries for the BBC. He's actually here researching, and he's come through. Well, I've invited him over. He's met with Brian, and we're considering trying to put a documentary together of some form about the chess festival.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
And I think the idea of the battle of the sexes, I think, has really captured everybody's imagination. And I think that we were having, I suppose I'm just regurgitating what we talked about earlier, but it's just the idea of the concept of, is there a difference, and how do we measure a difference, and where are we going towards? And I think all those points which seem, they're very easy to say, but they're very hard to resolve. So, I mean, we're actually really, I think it's an interesting point and a position for the Gibraltar Chess Festival that, again, it's asking those really interesting questions. And that's why we're very proud to keep being associated to sponsors, because it's just pioneering step after step after step. And it's like, I think, quite rightly got the reputation it has globally. I do definitely follow that. Well,
I'll tell you what, I've got one last question before I let you go. Yeah. The boys are getting absolutely slaughtered. Now, I know you said you're a tax and accountants services and consultancy. Do you do morale lifting services, and could you come to the hotel around midday? Because these boys, how are they going to get out of this mess? They're getting beaten up with white, they're getting beaten up with black.
I think
they're in big trouble.
I think that I'm not going to be brave enough to say that to predict a winner at this stage, even though it looks like there's a clear direction.
There's a clear trend,
definite trend forming. But it'd be interesting to see where we're sitting on the last day.
That's true.
But I don't think I can raise the morale any further, because I'm actually quite. I think it's. I might not be rooting on gender lines here.
Yeah, I'm actually rooting for the ladies to give them a good hiding.
So that's why I don't know if I'd want to contribute to that morale boost.
There we go. Thank you so much, Victor, for joining us. Thank you for your help and your support over the years.
Pleasure.
Very proud. Let's have a look at where we're at in the playing hall very quickly. There they are. And there's Brian Callan, as you can see, sporting a rather, may I say, slightly... I mean, that scarf is not my cup of tea. We were talking about that. The fluorescent green scarf. Do you have a fluorescent green scarf?
No,
good.
I actually
I'm glad.
don't have any fluorescent things.
That's excellent. I'm glad you don't. And as we can see there, the games are in full swing. Thank you so much there to our lovely sponsor, Victor, and his family and his firm sponsoring this event. I remember when I was playing here, I always used to see their logo, but I never knew what exactly they did. So if you are interested, as I say, do get in touch. You'll be able to find them by Googling them. Right. Back to the chess. Where should we go, Irina? You can choose a game. Let's go to another game.
Let's see Nino versus Eric.
Okay.
Wow.
So we've got a
This is this
Nimzo Indian?
very tricky Nimzo. I have played against it myself. It's a very fashionable idea to go for 95 and f4, right?
Very primitive. So, I mean, we've gone through that really quickly. Bishop b4, knight f3 is a very flexible move. And now b6 by Eric is a very standard move, putting the bishop on the long diagonal. Pawn to e3. Okay, very modest. Bishop e7 and bishop d3. Again, fighting over that e4 square. Very, very standard. Black now castles. I guess there is an argument to be made for an immediate knight e4. And if queen c2 to play f5, this must be a variation somewhere.
Yeah, I believe it's possible. But then white's idea is to play short castle knight d2 and kick that knight away.
Right.
So somehow black doesn't have time to bring the knight from b8 to f6. And I believe that's why black delays that.
So castles, and now black challenges in the center with d5. Again, very logical. Otherwise, I guess white has just got a very easy game here.
Indeed. Somehow, you know, the point of black's playing b6 before castling was to be ready to meet bishop g5 with h6, bishop h4, and then g5. And actually, that is why I don't like so much the move e3, because somehow you take away from yourself this opportunity of developing the bishop there. And I can make an argument that white could have waited a bit for black to castle and then develop the bishop to g5. But I guess Nino has got another approach here.
Yeah, and as you said, her approach is very fashionable because after castles, and now d5, Nino takes, and just puts the knight on e5. You know, a nice outpost. And when that knight is challenged, plays the move f4, which is... You know, when I was growing up, they always used to play... I'll show you what they always used to play against me. They used to play this one where they used to go here, and then f4, and then I would play something like this. They would put the knight on f3. We would both castle. I would go here, and then they would put the knight on e5, and then they would swing the rook round on me, and I could never get rid of that knight because my knight here, and I'd inevitably get checkmated. It reminds me a bit of that, this position.
But you know, actually, I believe Eric has already played an imprecise move, because I know that against this plan with f4, black's knight should not develop in any case to d7.
Oh, right, okay.
The best is to swing that bishop back, bishop d6, and then try to make c5 and knight c6 work in order to put some pressure on the d4 pawn. Well, with the knight on d7, the problem is that the knight will be struggling to find a good route, you know, like it's the superfluous piece, so both knights are struggling for finding squares, and yeah, I believe it is a bit imprecise.
Right.
Black might get under a very serious attack here.
Yeah, and after c5, it's Nino's move. What do you think she's contemplating? Is she thinking already about the quick rook lift, or is she thinking about some move, some tricky move, like, I don't know, knight here to come into d6 and then try and embarrass this bishop, or... No, knight b5, c takes d4, probably. So what is the... I don't see a refutation of playing like this.
I believe the ideas with queen f3 and queen h3 are a bit more common than bringing the rook towards the same square. But I'm not sure if it works right here, because maybe black can take on c3 and then play knight to e4. That might be an issue. And maybe that is the argument Eric's making, that the bishop on b4 wants to take on c3. But it also has a downside that white's center will be very solid in that case.
Right.
I believe I will have to see what is Nino's idea here. And I see somebody asking in the chat if we read it. Yes, we are keeping indeed an eye on it. So if you have any questions, we will be happy to answer them.
We do. We're going to keep an eye on the YouTube chat, especially. So if you are checking, if you are wanting to get in touch, please do check in with the YouTube chat. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting... Oh, we do have a move by Nino. She does play bishop d2, which is, of course, a very natural move.
She wants to take on c3 with the bishop, right?
Possibly, yeah, because if black takes, and then tries to come in here, my guess is that she can think about taking, and now at least this diagonal is a bit more open. I don't know exactly how she would play here. It's not completely clear to me.
Yeah, because taking on c5 is not an option, as black can trade the knights and then the queens will go off the board, right?
Yeah, something like this. And well, even this might be slightly better for white, but you're never really going to put huge pressure on black here. So I wonder what Nino intends to do after takes, knight e4.
Right. Maybe she wants to go just to ignore that and to go for some queen f3. Can she do that? Or will black just play some knight d to f6?
Yeah, that move, it looks a little bit strange to me somehow. Queen to f3 doesn't feel quite right.
What would be the other ideas white could try?
I mean, she could take here, queen d1, rook d1, bc5, and rook d7. Is that an idea?
Well, but then I could play even bishop c6. No?
Yeah, it's probably fine. Bishop c6, and now if I go rook d6, you go bishop b5, I guess. And rook c7, you're just
c8.
Coming here. And I guess I just don't have enough here as white. Yeah.
No.
Not convinced.
Yeah, white should look for some attacking chances, but that's not gonna be easy to produce. And I think we hurried a bit with the move bishop d2 because it's still not on the board, and she played indeed queen f3
What
first.
happened there? Sorry, I must have misclicked and thought she played it. Okay, well, ignore everything we just said, because that just didn't happen. She played the move.
Queen f3.
Queen to f3. That makes a lot more sense. Now, I guess the point is that if you take and put the knight on e4, I can play queen h3 now, and you can't move the knight because the h7 pawn is mate, and I'm threatening this knight. You can come round here, though.
But then I might start having ideas with... But g4, is it really working? I think we don't have time for that. Yeah, and it seems...
Well, it's interesting. Bishop to b2, for example, threatening this knight. Can you just play knight to a4 and get away with it?
No, I don't believe that.
No? Okay.
I don't know. Some bishop a3, let's say. You are suddenly really pinned.
Yeah, I'm pinned, and my pieces are a little bit... Yeah, it's not the most pleasant of positions, let's say.
It's gonna be messy.
It's gonna be messy for sure. So queen f3. So yeah, I kind of expect something like this in knight e4, and we'll see what Nino has planned. She must have something up her sleeve, hopefully.
Right.
Okay, let's go to another game. And let's just go to Mamadzada against Krisa.
And this is a Caro-Kann, the one which we discussed yesterday with knight to f6.
Exactly. We discussed this, so it's a Caro-Kann main line. Knight c3, d4, knight e4, knight f6. I think it's called the Bronstein, actually. Takes, c3, bishop d6, bishop d3, castles, and queen c2. And this is what I was mentioning yesterday, is that white delays the development of this knight, so that after rook e8 check, you can block with the move knight e2. And here Krisa plays what looks like a crazy move, but is the main move in this position, which is to play h5. The pawn is in no danger here. It can sometimes go to h4 and actually cut the mobility of this knight. This is just one check and not very much more.
Indeed.
So white plays bishop e3, and the point is that after knight d7 you can castle on the queen side. And one of black's major ideas in this system is to play knight f8. So even though kings are castled on the opposite side of the board, black has got a really, really solid defensive structure on the king side. It's very difficult to break this down, actually. It looks dangerous, but the more you look at this position, the more you realize it's not easy.
Yeah, and just to look, Leandro hasn't spent a minute. He's still on 1 hour 30 minutes, and Gunay has 1 hour 15 minutes. It means that probably Leandro is still in his preparation, especially since he has just played the move knight g6. Which is
so let's
a bit unusual.
Well, let's get there. So Mamadzada tries to leverage her queen. She's got a pawn majority on the queen side with c4, taking some squares. King b1 is very natural. Rook c8 now by Leandro. So the idea of this move is sometimes black is actually preparing the move b5 in this position. Let's just say, for example, white played a move like h3, is that sometimes the move b5 comes, and if I take, the point is I don't lose a pawn because I gain an attack on the queen, and suddenly I have access to a2. And if you go c5, I'm very happy with black because I move the bishop. I'm not sure which square is best. Let's just say e7 for the time being. And now the d5 square has been given up, and sometimes I allow knight f4 here. Probably I should go back here, something like this. And suddenly ideas of queen d5 come, or occupying that square somehow.
And it looks like black's attack on the queen side might become faster than white's one.
Precisely, yeah. So that is the reason for rook c8. Instead, the move pawn to a3 was played by Mamadzada, and knight g6. This is the move that you were talking about here.
Right, and it was played, like I was saying, in just 6 seconds. So it might be
must be preparation,
yeah,
right?
Definitely. Now the point is that after bishop g6, f takes, queen takes, black can take on c4, and suddenly white is in big trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
even though, wait, what about taking on h5? Can I do that? It looks a bit strange because white's light squares are very weak after giving up that that bishop, but after all, it's a pawn up, right?
Absolutely, it is a pawn up. I don't see a reason why you can't play like that.
Maybe it is not bishop takes c4, the idea. Could that be the case?
When I first looked at this position, I thought maybe that's... Can you play...
something like queen a5?
Wow, queen a5. Now that's a very interesting suggestion, threatening bishop f5 check. Oops. And actually, this looks very dangerous. That's a nice move, because you can't even move the king. Well, firstly, it threatens bishop f5 check. Now you can take on c4, number one.
Yeah, because the h5 pawn is now protected by the queen.
Exactly. And on top of that, the move bishop takes a3 is also on tap suddenly. And if you're not careful here with white, you can get mated. So I really love this. And I think Gania is just obviously far too strong to just fall for something like that. So I wonder...
Maybe this is exploiting this knight g6, the downsides of the move a3, because perhaps you would love to play a move like b3 in this position, over protecting the pawn on c4, but now the pawn on a3 will be hanging.
Exactly. Yeah, a3 might be... I don't know what a3 was, actually, as a move. Was it just a bit... Was it a bit too hasty? Is it the main line? Oh, there's an issue here at the board. What's going on here? Oh, there's the arbiter.
Something's happening there.
I have absolutely no idea what's going on there.
Oh, I think it is connected to something next to the window, I guess.
Oh, the window. Okay, so there's a bit of a draft coming in, probably, or a bit of air.
Too much light.
Yeah.
Even though it's quite gloomy here these days and rainy, so not sure what's going on, but we'll find out and inform on that a bit later.
All right, let's go to the next game, Sabag against Joe Gallagher. And we saw something very similar already in this tournament with, we once again had a bishop b5 check. Sicilian, bishop to d7, takes, and c4. It was Marcel Efroimsky who played this against Eric Rosen, knight f6, knight c3, g6, and getting this beautiful Maroczy bind, as it's called, in the middle of the board. Very, very solid setup, one that is particularly, in my experience, very difficult for black to play against. And Marie plays the more classical way with f3. Marcel played with h3, but f3 is very good, protecting the center, allowing the bishop to come to e3, and playing like so. Queen to d3, rook fc8, b3. We're in a theoretical position. White has established her two big pawn chains. For black, the idea is that you want to be able to, if you can, organize some kind of break, either b5 or d5. If you're unable to do that, it's very simply just a little bit better for white.
Right. Indeed.
And in fact, Joe has played b5
wow,
immediately.
He's gone immediately for this pawn sacrifice. Is it working? I know it's a standard move, but what is happening there if I just take the pawn?
Well, if you take the pawn, that's the big question. What does Joe want here?
Should be a takes b5, right?
Well, you might throw in knight takes d4, but after knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, and now...
I was thinking that maybe he wants to place the knight on b4 rather than on just trading it, because then it might support the rook coming to c2 if the d4 knight goes away. So
what do you want to do here?
let's say knight b4 immediately.
Okay, knight b4.
Queen to d2, I guess.
Queen to d2. Okay.
And now, should I take on b5 or will you just take back with the c knight?
Yeah, like I take with the c knight. C knight e5. Sorry, knight c5.
No, but the knight on b4 is.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. Yeah, I can just take here. I have some weird tactics here. No, it's probably not very good. It's probably not very good.
I'm a bit shocked.
Yeah, it's
by this pawn sacrifice.
I've never seen it. Yeah, I mean, I've never seen it here. I just thought that this was impossible. So c takes b5. Let's have a look. So c takes b5. Okay.
Usually this idea should be connected with something on the dark long diagonal, but the knight from f6 cannot really jump anywhere, so what? Okay, maybe just take on b5 and then d5.
Okay, so a takes, so you're assuming, so I take here, and now d5.
Trying somehow to open up this long diagonal. Knight b4 now.
And now knight b4.
And then knight f takes d5 somehow.
Yeah, that could work. That could work. Even this, I have no idea. Knight takes. If you take here... God, what can I do here? Maybe, actually, maybe this is a problem. Oh,
What
I've got knight
happens?
f6 check. Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm blundering my queen. Yeah, so you can't do that. If you take here, I can just take, and if you take, and 2 pieces are crushing here for white, I think.
What about knight takes d5?
And knight takes d5, and if I go rook a d1...
This might simplify, actually.
Actually, yeah, this is going to simplify. You can take, and take.
Yeah, and this is likely to just be equal.
Yeah, because you can't easily get down here because I've got also this stuff, so probably I can play this move. And the point is this will actually lose. Well, maybe not even lose, but probably, just to illustrate, I mean, this is probably just a draw.
Right.
With
With
repetition.
Yeah, and actually Marie has just taken
She
the
has
pawn
just
on
taken,
b5.
yeah.
So we're about to find out what had Joe in mind.
Knight e5. Well, there's your answer. So he attacks the queen. The queen has to basically go to d2.
And what now? Once again, if he takes on b5, I can take knight d2 b5. And then still maybe the d5 ideas. I don't see any other follow-up.
No, me neither.
But after d5, you'll have to be sure. Okay. After f4, maybe you have knight to g4. Wow. What an
And that's it. It's on the board. Look at this. This is home cooking by Joe Gallagher, Grandmaster, in it once years ago. And knight c6, and Marie not surprised.
And she
in the
offers
slightest.
a draw.
Did she offer a draw?
Yeah, she did. We saw that on the camera. Wow.
Really, she offered the draw there.
Yes,
I missed that.
she made this sign.
Oh, and we've got a draw.
What
And that's
is that?
Well, I don't. Maybe this is just some line that they've both checked. Let's have a look at what's going on here. We do have a draw. Knight c6. So what's going on? So you're threatening the knight. So knight takes knight, pawn takes, queen takes, and now if I take on d5, why is this a draw?
We take again?
Takes, and maybe now you can just come in with a move like queen c2, and the claim is that black is too active. Yes, white has got an extra pawn, but black is just too active.
Wow, but I'm so surprised.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well.
Yeah.
I am surprised. That is...
It looks like both players were really well prepared today. And perhaps Marie wanted to surprise her opponent with the choice of the bishop e5 check line, but Joe was really well prepared. And I have to say that I will need to study this line for black.
If this works for black and this is immediately equalizing this, then this is really good news for the black side of this opening, because it was a very straightforward way of playing. And if this just equalizes, then, well, then you should be very happy entering this, basically. So, great stuff. And, okay, both of them have got a quick day at the office. These things happen sometimes.
I believe this is a good result for the men's team because, well, having black and being slightly worse rated, a draw should be good, right?
I think Joe won't be too unhappy with a draw here today. He's got black. He's not been feeling great. He had a tough game yesterday. Today he's got, let's call it a semi-rest day. And tomorrow he'll have white and he can bounce back. So a decent result for the boys, I would say.
Yeah, and let's move on to the next game, the one which we thought would be the most solid one, right?
Well,
between Pia Krumling and Ravi Haria.
Yeah, and it is extremely solid. We've got knight f3, knight f6, and a queen's gambit decline, Rogozin variation,
I must say that I know nothing about
That's all right. Neither do I. So we're in the same boat. Queen a4 check. It's very solid, this move. The idea of giving the check is to attack the bishop and provoke the knight to come out to c6, because the knight often isn't that well suited to being on c6 in the queen's pawn openings. A lot of the time it likes to come here, or black likes to strike in the center with c5, and only then the knight comes out to c6. But to block the c-pawn, as Russian schoolboys would say, is a blunder. But white provokes it here with move queen a4. And the justification here, however, is that white has spent a whole move putting the queen out there in order to do that. So black can justify putting the knight there because the queen isn't ideally placed there. And in fact, after e3 castles, white immediately removes the queen because the queen is no longer of any use over there.
b6. This is
slightly unusual.
Strange, no?
Yeah, normally black tends to take here, and after bishop takes, a lot of the time black actually removes this bishop here to try an e5. Yeah.
But I believe these positions are considered to be slightly better for white, precisely because of that knight placed on c6 in front of its own pawn.
Yeah, exactly. And that's basically, well, the next moves are fairly standard. The bishop came here blocking the pin, bishop here. White now exchanged a pair of pawns and put the bishop on d3, controlling this square. Rook e8, and Pia simply castled. And as you said, we have one of these positions. In this position here, I expect a move like bishop f8 by Ravi, just threatening knight to b4, hitting here.
What happens after a3?
Yeah, and after a3 to try and reorganize, because the knight is not that well suited to this position. And
yeah, and you see that because the knight is on c6, it somehow stays in front of the bishop on b7. So black cannot really play knight e4, a really standard move, which he usually likes to resort to. So what would be the best route here for black's knight? Should it go to e7 and then to g6, or do we have another possibilities? I believe that knight e7 could be a move, right?
yeah, knight e7 is a move. Or I was thinking, can you ever play the move knight e4 here?
It's connected with some tactics, because now after knight takes, d takes, bishop takes. But wait, there is a pawn
there's
hanging
a check. Yeah,
on
it doesn't quite work. I wanted to try and make knight takes d4 work, but unfortunately, the move bishop takes h7 check ends that dream for black. Yeah, I don't think here any of the tactics really should work.
So probably a slower approach should be the one black.
Yeah, the knight on e7 also doesn't make a very strong impression. I mean, where is it going to go? To g6? It doesn't look too good there. I thought maybe black could think about knight a5 here. At least he's got some squares to play around with now.
But what about b3 then? Because c5 will be a difficult move to, or won't it be?
Yeah, it might still be quite difficult to get in. It depends.
But wait, there is also knight to b5, isn't it?
In this position?
Yeah. With a sort of a double attack on c7 and on a5. And how do you do against it? Because you really don't want to allow white to take on a5 and ruin black's pawn structure on the queen side.
Can you think about knight c4 here?
So you sacrifice a pawn. Okay, let's see what happens if I take it.
Okay.
Queen takes c4.
It is just literally a pure pawn sacrifice. I've got no solid follow-up here whatsoever. It's just
I don't see it either.
Yeah, I mean it's just a sacrifice, and it's probably not very good.
And meanwhile, Ravi has played something.
Ravi did play something. He played a6. That's also a very very decent move, because it avoids a lot of the lines that we've just looked at, actually. So this makes total sense.
Right. And now I believe that White's plan might be to somehow increase the pressure over the c-file with, let's say, rook a to c1, just to make it more difficult for Black to reroute the knight from c6. And as we were thinking, I believe it's going to be a very complex strategical battle here.
Yeah, it is. And Ravi's still with a few problems to solve, but he might now do what they do, which is to drop the bishop back now that knight b5 is no longer a problem. Now knight b4 is in the air, so White invests a tempo. And now a move like knight to e7, or perhaps, dare I say it, knight to b8 here to reroute the knight to d7.
Oof, I don't like it, but perhaps there's nothing wrong with it. Just, you know, going back to the initial square looks a bit ugly, but perhaps it's doing the trick.
Maybe it's okay. Maybe you're just in time to do that. And if you are in time, then this knight can land on e4 and Black can get actually quite promising positions. The queen can come to f6, the queen can come to h6. You can build up some initiative here. I've had a few games in similar positions with Black, so it's quite interesting. So I wonder if that's what Ravi wants to do. Let's go for a very, very quick break. We are going to have one of the players join us after the break very quickly. We've still got 9 games ongoing, 1 draw so far. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are live, round 3 of the Battle of the Sexes GibChess Tournament 2022, and we are joined by the one and only Grandmaster Joe Gallagher. Joe, the first to finish. Now, you don't often say that with your games, because you're not the fastest player in the world, are you?
No, I'm pretty slow usually. I usually save all my quick movements for when I have 1 minute left on the clock.
That's right. And you finished quickly today. You had black against Marie. Obviously, Marie, a very, very decent player.
Yeah.
And I thought we'd quickly go over the game, because it was a very interesting game. And when I was with Irina, we hadn't seen your idea. We'll get there in a moment. And if it's a good one, then it's potentially very important for this whole line. So,
well, I hope it. I mean, I don't know much about it. I only looked at it for 10 minutes, and I saw a lot of good players played it. And
right.
It was that she could play various different lines. So I just thought, okay, if she does this, I'll give this a go and work it out. I mean, the guy saw the computer was saying it was okay for black.
Okay.
And, you know, Carlsen, Vacher-Lagrave, and people have played it, you know. So
right.
They've been playing it recently. I'm probably in Rapid or Blitz. I don't know anymore. I mean, it's all, you know, computer bases are a mess. So yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time. I didn't even know what my second move was going to be, because I saw she played like she played like c3 against, if knight f3 e6, she played c3 against knight c6. She played bishop b5. Right. So I just, you know, my typical prep. I can't even decide what my move's going to be. So I'm just looking at them all. And then, like, with about half an hour to go, I decided, okay, I'm going to go d6.
Okay.
And she went bishop b5 check. And now, of course, I play all 3 moves here.
Right.
So I eventually settled on bishop d7. I mean, knight d7 is what I recommended when I wrote my book, Beating the Anti-Sicilians.
Right, famous
it's more
book,
aggressive,
yeah.
and but they've found quite reasonable ways to play against it. She's pretty experienced here. She's been playing this for 15 years, bishop b5 check. So I played the solid main line, bishop takes, queen takes, and she played c4, which is, okay, one of the 2 main lines. So knight f6, this is this sort of g6.
Yep.
And takes, bishop g7. Yeah, and now she's played with, she beat Topolov a couple of months ago.
Oh, really?
In Cap Dagged.
In this variation?
In this variation.
Okay.
So she played with h3, maybe castles and h3, which is maybe, yeah, or something like this. Anyway, she won against Topolov. There's a forced draw, I think, in that line, which she probably allowed Topolov to do, but he didn't do it, obviously, and she beat him quite quickly.
Okay.
But maybe it was a rapid game in Cap Dagged, but anyway, it's still a good result. So she didn't go for that. She played f3, and this move order's like quite important to avoid a forced draw. A few years ago, they were struggling with white, because if they castle, then now f3, this black has a forced draw with rook c8. And after b3, d5.
Right, this is
so
the Evantrip game,
lots and lots of games in this line.
Right.
So after e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, e6, and bishop h6 is the best try.
Right.
And then you just take on d5, and this position is just a draw.
Right,
I mean,
knight b5 or something.
Yeah, well, it's well known. I mean, there's been like 50 games now.
Right.
So they have to try and avoid this line, which means they play with f3 and bishop e3 first.
Right, which is what she did.
Yeah, but now the problem is in this line, there's a problem with black playing e6 and d5 as the other way to equalise, which is why they didn't play this move order.
I see. Okay.
So now if you start now, is this the right position? Yeah, knight c6.
So knight c6.
Yeah, castles, and now a6. And now, in the old days, they used to play a4, but then I think there's something with e6 and rook d8 and d5 seems very equal. I mean, that's sort of why they avoided this line and went to the other move order before they discovered this draw.
Right, okay.
Of course, this is why you play knight f6 on move 5 and not knight c6, because you have this rook c8. In the old days, they used to just start with knight c6, so they didn't. But then it was just they didn't know the difference, and then white could manage to get an edge. But anyway, so in the game, what happened now? Oh yeah, she played queen d3. So the main lines are a4. After a4, I think you can just, as I said, just go e6. They also played queen e2.
Yeah, queen e2.
I couldn't remember. There's something to do with, I get some b5.
But maybe you got some knight g4 here even.
No, I don't think
you can
g4. I couldn't, I did look at it, but as I said, I only looked at each line like 5-10 minutes.
Knight g4 doesn't work?
There was something quite reasonable against queen e2.
Right, okay.
I can't remember. But queen d3 was like the main line recently. And then
rook to c8.
Rook fc8. This is like this line. it's very sharp, very complicated, and I managed to look at it for about 15 minutes before the game, and I just saw it was being played by quite a lot of top players recently, probably in rapid online games. I didn't even check that. I was in a bit of a rush, and it looked fun. It looked like, I just thought, okay, computer says it's not too bad. It's up my street, really. I'm not really looking to play for a draw. I'm looking
absolutely
to,
not.
you know, and so I thought I'll just do it, and well, you know, I'll have to work things out.
So after B3, you have
B5
this...
is the point, yeah, that's the whole point. She must take, otherwise there's just nothing. And now knight E5, attacking the queen, which must go back to D2. Otherwise the knight on C3 hangs. And now D5, and this is basically as far as I got.
In your prep, right?
I just thought, I mean, I didn't have time. I wasn't sure what I was going to play. I just got as far as this and saw lots of good players playing this position and having some fun, you know. And I saw there were two main moves, but I didn't actually go over the games. I saw knight C6 always ended in a draw.
Right, okay.
And she played knight C6 and offered me a draw.
Right, okay.
I thought, I was a bit taken aback, and I just thought it'd be a bit rude to decline with black.
Right.
So in the old days, I would have just said no. But nowadays, I just think, I can't really decline. I mean, you know, I think after knight C6 takes, pawn takes, rook takes, I imagine, and then probably knight D5, ED, rook D6, rook D1, and now maybe rook D8, maybe another move, I don't know. Something like this is probably...
Looks like it's going to all liquidate down, doesn't it?
I mean, I saw, I know, maybe, I did actually see the move. Yeah, I saw this position on the computer. It said bishop F6 was the best move. I didn't go over it.
Here?
No, after instead of rook D8.
Bishop F6.
It just saying, I just saw it was saying bishop F6 equal. There's other moves as well, queen B7. Probably it wants to defend E7. And
but
also,
don't we lose the rook?
Oh, maybe it wasn't this position then.
Can't be this position.
Or maybe it was queen B7 or something, or I can't remember exactly. You know, basically...
Feels like you just put all the boys on...
Yeah, it was just saying equal.
Right.
And so I assumed...
She knows her stuff.
And she just did it and offered a draw. I mean, the main line must be, instead of knight C6, most of the people were taking on, playing knight takes D5, knight D5, ED, and then A takes B. And then they were playing something like rook A D1. And now I saw, I didn't actually look at the games, but I saw there was queen D5 and B4. And B4 was played like in 6 games and queen D5 in 3 games.
Right.
And I just saw the computer was saying roughly level, you know.
I guess the idea is, oh no, that doesn't actually...
Well, B4, like, it's quite a good positional move, isn't it? There's no rush to take, maybe. Maybe you put in a rook on C3 in some lines, and there's, you know, it's activity. So if queen B4, rook A2, it's probably just equal. You're going to, you know, black is active. Yeah. But I don't really know. Right at the board, I suddenly saw all these other lines, you know, that she can do. But, you know...
But she offered the draw, and
she suddenly offered me a draw, and I thought, okay, I've looked at this for
5 minutes.
5 minutes. This is her main line. I mean, against E4. I mean, you know, against one of the main lines against E4. So she should know something about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, but no, maybe she's not working too hard either these days. I don't know. I don't really know.
I don't know. I mean, she's a mum now, isn't she?
She's a mum. She's got her own chess school. She's like, I mean, she was a very good player when she was younger. I mean, she was like 25, 20, 30 when she was like 20.
Yeah.
So she's obviously not quite as, you know, maybe, I mean, she's a mother, as you said, you know, probably got other priorities in life at the moment.
Absolutely. Now, Joe, let's very quickly talk before I let you go. The match situation, let's say not ideal at the moment. You're down 6 points.
Yeah.
Today you've got black in every game.
They're trying to half their way in. I think that might be their strategy. 79 games to go. They should probably know. Maybe that was the point. You know, today's a draw from Marie.
Just draw their way to success.
Draw their way to the extra. But I think the match is, it's pretty grim, really. I think
you need a bounce back day. Is it going to be today or is it going to be another day?
I have no idea. I mean, I don't know all my team that well, to be honest. I mean, I think we're here as cannon fodder for the girls. I think,
it might be true.
I mean, they probably thought, you know, old and unprofessional. That's probably, I'll be a good candidate to get whipped. But I think once I play a few games, I usually start to play better.
I think you'll warm up. Yeah, I think you'll warm up in the mid-stretch.
I might have a little surprise in
I agree.
The latter half of the tournament.
Yeah, in the latter half, yeah. Hopefully it's not too late by then, because today, well, the games are all very interesting. I won't go over them with you, but you can have a little look, have a little wander around. All right, thanks very much, Joe. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of that is Grandmaster preparation at its finest.
Well, it's not Polagevsky standard, is it?
It's not Polagevsky standard. 5 minutes before the game. Let's have a look at the playing area as we speak. See the people in action.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. And meanwhile, we will get Irina back into the chair. 9 games still in progress. Nice explanation there by Joe. So that line is foolproof, it seems. We didn't finish actually going through all the games, Irina, so should we carry on with our look through and go to Efroimski's game against...
Yeah, it is a very interesting Sicilian, as I see here.
Yeah. Yeah, and Gillian playing effectively a Najdorf, a Khan.
No, they call it the Khan because, in Russian we always call it like a Paulsen.
A Paulsen, right, exactly. Like a Paulsen or a Khan, it gets...
I think the Khan is the name in Western Europe for it.
It could be, yeah.
Right. But it is slightly unusual, the blacks playing very fast with b5 and bishop b7. I think it is supposed to be slightly risky, but Marcel chose herself an unusual reply to this bishop b7. I believe g3 is not a standard
Very
play.
unusual. Yeah, because you're opening up the diagonal. For half a move, you're a bit... misplaced, but maybe there's no way to take advantage of it simply.
Would she play? What would she play after d5? Just wondering. Could black just try something like that, and then bishop takes d5?
Yeah, but I can take queen f3 at the very least here.
So it's not the way for black to.
Even rook g1 here might be a serious idea with bishop g2.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying, that b5, bishop b7 was an unusual way to, or not such a popular way to carry.
Well, after knight c3, b5, the main move here is to go bishop d3 with white. And then black plays the move, well, the old line at least was to play queen b6, and then white had a choice of where to put this knight.
Exactly. I actually had myself this position a few times with the white pieces. And this would be the typical way the game could develop. But let's see what was the idea behind g3.
Yeah, so it was a3 stopping b4, and then after bishop b7 to go g3. So Marcel clearly trying to get a position where she can fianchetto the bishop. So probably she plays a lot of these fianchetto type positions against the Najdorf, against the Khan. She's probably one of these, she likes these particular structures basically. So g3, queen to c7 is very natural. Okay, now some natural moves. Bishop g2, knight f6 and castles, all fairly standard. d6 and rook e1, also fairly standard. Bishop e7, and now we see Marcel playing a4, which is very, very interesting and very thematic. White has actually played a3 and a4, which you would think is not that great, but I believe she's got a very dangerous idea in that after b4, which is the first move you try and make work, I believe she probably wanted to play the move. No?
No.
Do you think this is too?
What if I just take the knight?
So takes.
And castle. Can I?
Yeah,
castle?
I wanted to try and make this work with knight f5. I'm not sure it does, but I thought I had to give it a look at least. And if rook to e8, Let me see how I want to do
Some
this.
bishop
Some
f4.
bishop or bishop f4 or bishop g5, let's say. And I wasn't completely sure if this was working. It probably doesn't work, but you gotta look at these things.
Yeah, perhaps queen d8. Is it working or is it too passive?
Ooh, queen d8. No, that loses. Takes. Bishop f6.
And
queen
the mate
g4.
is coming. All right.
Probably. I mean, king f8. You run, but you probably don't run for too long, for example.
We run for our life here. Queen g7.
Well, maybe I would even play something saucy like bishop h3 just to start eyeing this square. So that for
interesting idea.
Yeah, just to illustrate, if black does nothing, you can do this, and now you can actually play knight takes d6 check and mate on g8. All of these kind of patterns. I mean, I'm not sure. Of course, the other idea is just to go knight a2 here, attacking the pawn, and after a5,
some c3.
Some c3. Yeah, that's the other main idea.
And or b5 square.
Or maybe
is
knight
weak.
b5. Yeah, exactly. I guess that's the idea. I guess that knight d5 here doesn't actually work. But you got to look at these things.
Right. Okay, and that's why I guess Gillian
he took
on a4. Now she took back with the rook, right?
Yeah, that makes sense to take back with the rook. Total sense. Castles and queen e2. And of course, the problem with playing like this with black is you now leave yourself a very weak pawn here on a6. So queen to e2. Okay, the rook came to c8. Also very natural. And now a very nice move here by Marcel, dropping the knight back to b3, looking at playing the move knight a5 and winning this bishop. So if you're a bit careless here, I think, like for example, a move like knight d7, I think you can just play knight a5. And if you lose this bishop with black, your position gets very difficult. You can attack the rook, but it's only one move. I can come back.
Yeah, and then there will be definitely some problems over the light long diagonal.
Yeah, exactly. This a6 pawn is less protected as well. So that's why Gillian played knight c6, specifically to stop knight a5. And now it's white to play. And she's got, I think, a very pleasant version of a Sicilian here.
But what would be the idea for white here? Because normally you start something with f4, but it's not...
Yeah.
I think it's not working so well here, does it?
Yeah, no, it doesn't feel right. I mean, here as white, I would probably just play bishop e3 just to start. Knight g4 doesn't exist because the queen is there. I can then double on the a file. In some positions, I can then try knight a5 anyways. And just claim that it's more difficult to move here as black.
Right, it definitely seems so.
Maybe black should play a5 himself here.
But then some knight b5s might be in the air.
Gets all very unclear, gets very messy, but you tend to believe that white is slightly better here, basically.
Right, I agree. And he actually played knight to d7.
Oh, she went bishop f4. Bishop f4 is a slightly odd move to my eyes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I like that move because after knight d7...
The knight comes to e5 or, okay, probably not b6. e5 should be the place for it. And I'm not sure why the bishop is better on f4 than it would be on e3.
Yeah, I don't know, and it feels a bit random to me. Why the bishop isn't on? Why bishop e3 wasn't played? Very, very strange. Okay, right. Well, we have bishop f4 on the board in knight d7, and it's over to Marcel, and we have a very complex game.
Well, let's leave it to the players to prove what was wrong and what was right. And let's move on to the next game, which is Olga Giria, I guess, versus Balashchonka. We haven't checked this one.
Yeah, the game started out as a Queen's Gambit accepted, one of the old main lines, very classical line here. And Chonka decides to go for a quick a6, b5 and bishop here, rather than the main line, which is to attack with c5 immediately. So a slight sideline here by Chonka. bishop d3, bishop b7, and now you get to play a4, b4, queen e2, and finally c5. So we get to a more normal position. By the way, if you're asking why a4, why would white go a4? Because a bit like the other game we've seen, you want to provoke black to play b4 because first it disconnects the pawns. Secondly, it also gives up control of the c4 square, which is so often used for a knight. Also, the knight can sometimes sit on b3.
Right. Altogether, somehow the light complex of the squares are somehow weakened for black, right?
Exactly.
So if black doesn't find a way to play c5 quickly, then the pawn on c7 might get in trouble. And that's precisely why I believe Balázs played c5 immediately.
Yes, exactly. So c5, the rook now sits opposite the queen, always a good idea. Knight to d7, blocking, and now knight to d2, getting her pieces out, bishop to e7, and as we were saying before, now this c4 square is available, black castles, and e4 by Olga Gania. I like this move very much. She's expanding in the center. She's perhaps looking to kick this knight away, and this bishop can join the party. So I like e4, takes, and she simply takes back. And after knight c5, which looks like a particularly dangerous move because you're uncovering this file, white now just goes bishop c2. Now there's really some threats down here. Balázs plays queen c7 and e5. I love this move by Olga Gania. It's a very double-edged move, but I love it because you kick the knight away and now suddenly you've got clear passages to the king side. On the flip side, of course, what you do by playing that is you allow this bishop to be open, so it's not completely clear-cut. And now after the move knight to d5, we've reached this position where Olga decides to play the move queen g4.
Oh.
Look at these knights.
Yeah,
cute.
I'm not sure the knight on c4 feels very well because suddenly it has become a tactical weakness. It's not protected by any of white's pieces, and if black would find some way to go away with the knight from c5, it might become a problem, even though queen g4 has a very straightforward idea to just play bishop to h6, which would win an exchange because black would be forced to play g6 and then the rook on f8 is hanging.
Yeah, so Balázs very understandably played rook fc8, putting additional pressure, indirect pressure on c4. And Olga did just develop with bishop h6, and now, of course, we expect the move either bishop f8 or pawn to g6, because now there is no rook on f8. But I am a bit...
I think actually g6 is forced, because after bishop f8, you've got knight d6.
Oh, that's an important feature, yes.
And you cannot really take it because the bishop must protect g7, and suddenly black is in big danger here.
Yeah. So you're right, probably the move g6 will be played. And now white has got lots of different ideas.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Do we do something about the knight from c4? Because, well, if it will go away, then the pawn on e5 will be hanging. So we cannot really allow that. That means that we need somehow to consolidate that knight. But we cannot really play b3, because then knight c3 will be an issue.
But maybe we can. And after knight c3, can we just sidestep with rook e1? Because now I've got a very clear plan with white. I want to run my pawn to h5, take, and then sacrifice.
Yeah, but here I was worried about rook to d8.
Okay.
h4. Now, can I find some tactics here?
You want to go knight e4, maybe?
Yeah, I was hoping for something like that. Let's try that one out.
But maybe I can just take... Ah, now rook takes, sorry.
Rook d4, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Knight to e4. Okay. I can play rook to d1. Let's see.
Could I go for knight c3 back?
Possibly. I mean, I mean, but here, for example, I would be quite tempted just to get going. H5, if you take on D1, I just don't think about it and I take on G6.
Wait, then I've got it. So instead of knight 3 to E4, what if we play bishop to E4? Trying to trade these bishops. With the same idea that after bishop takes, we take on D4. Maybe this is better, trying to somehow make your attack on the king's side less efficient.
Yeah, that's a very, very logical. But now, yeah, I don't see a way for white to force through. Again, that was, you know, playing b3. You're right. I mean, in general, of course, you don't want to play b3 because you give up the c3 square. So the question is, what else would you do? What about just the move rook to c1? Because now if you take here, I can take, and I protect the knight. And I might be threatening just to come here, or just, again, very quickly go h4, h5. It feels to me like black is very close to being in trouble, but I know for sure this is the sort of position where if you put it on the computer, it says black is fine.
0.00,
yeah, 0.0.
No?
Yeah, there's some defensive mechanisms here.
Right. Okay.
Well, we'll come back to it, shall we?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Let's go to Irene.
On to the only player with 2 out of 2 so far.
Yeah, Irene. So I'll let you flick through that one. Let's see what we've got going on here.
Okay, so it was Rui Lopez, actually a Berlin, knight f6, short castle, knight takes e4, d4 now. One of the main lines, not going for the end game. Here d takes e5, knight b5, a4, knight bd4.
Right, so this is the famous, well, potentially drawing variation.
Exactly,
right?
because here we've seen a lot of games after knight d4, queen d4, d6 or d5, let's say d6, e takes, queen d6, queen e4 check, queen e6, queen d4, oh sorry, queen d4, and after queen d6, a draw.
Right.
But Hussein avoided it. He played d5, and now after c3, bishop to e7, white played f4. It seems like a very unusual position for a Berlin, right?
It is, yeah, it is. Yeah.
I believe I've never seen this one before. And Hussein played immediately f6, trying to challenge white's central pawn. Interesting.
Also makes, I mean, it's interesting. I don't know this variation like you. I've got absolutely no idea, but...
What about e takes f6? Because it looks very natural.
Yes.
Black has to take back. Let's say knight c6, b takes, rook e1 check. What would black have played here? Because bishop e7 would run into trouble after queen e2, and now there are big problems over the e file. Black cannot castle, and if not, black has to play king f7. And then it's really strange. You don't see often the king running away like that on the 13th move.
Yeah, but at the same time, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because here, for example, this check does nothing. You can just block with g6 and then put the bishop on f5 and you're doing all right. So you have to play something like bishop e3, and now black can castle by hand via the move rook e8. And now if you give the check, I can just slide back. And the position is probably fine for black.
Right, so a very original way, I would say, of handling the anti-Berlin or...
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but Irene chose bishop e3 instead of taking on f6. Now castle, knight takes c6, b takes, and knight to d2, bringing the knight towards f3, I guess. F takes, bishop f5, knight b3. queen to e8 was played. Very, very natural way for black.
Right, knight d4.
And now queen g6 was played, I believe.
Right.
And this is the position we've got on the board right now. How do we assess it? I must say that I'm not a fan of it for white.
Oh, really? Okay. I think it's probably balanced.
I don't like that pawn on e5.
Right.
It seems a little bit weak. So, for example, if you take on f5 now, I can take back, and if you take again, queen takes f5, the pawn is already hanging, and you cannot really play a move like bishop d4 because c5 is coming, and I'm just winning the pawn on e5.
Yeah.
So what should white do otherwise? Because if you allow me, then I would love to play bishop e4 and start creating threats against white's king. I think Irene has mishandled this position.
Could be.
I really don't like that pawn on e5. I'm a bit worried. And we see that she's got her head in the hands.
Yeah.
And yeah, very well played by Hussein today.
Yeah, so far, I mean, it looks as though Hussein has played pretty decently. I mean, he lost yesterday to Jansai in a difficult game, but it feels as though there should be a way for Irene to not be doing too badly here. But you're right, I can't see that way just at the moment. So some practical issues there for Irene. Let's continue. And our last game of the day that we haven't checked into yet, Jovanka Huska against Sabina Brunello. We were speaking before the round, Irina, and we were saying how this was basically a really important game for Sabino, especially because he's had a terrible start. Lost the first, should have lost yesterday.
He could have won as well.
He could have won as well.
He had some winning chances until he blundered terribly. And if we see it correctly, his clock shows 34 minutes. That means that he's taken a lot of time to get to this position.
Yes. We'll go through it very, very, very quickly. It was a Slav Meran with a very quiet variation, so both sides getting their pieces out, and an exchange of bishops here. And Sabino apparently settling for a very, very quiet game. And now knight h4 by Jovanka. I guess the first interesting move. No moves before then were actually interesting, but
exactly. Somehow white is taking advantage of the fact that black's queen is still on a3, so you cannot really play c5 because the queen will will get trapped there.
Right.
So black will have to spend some time on moving the queen back at some point, and meanwhile white might try some e4. I don't know.
Well, she didn't go for e4. She went for knight e2. This move. What does she want to do here?
I'm a bit puzzled by this move, to be honest, because I believed that e4 was the typical plan, somehow trying to play against black's passive and closed bishop on b7. But perhaps it was not working right away, otherwise she would have played it. I guess what would happen after e4? Just take on e4?
Yeah.
Knight takes e4. And now if you take, I might capture back with the bishop, and the pawn on c6 is hanging.
Yeah, but it's one of those where if you take, I take, and, well, I feel as though black should never be worse here, for example. Let's say I take, well, for a start, rook c8, already you have to analyze. Because you might be pinned. D5, knight takes d5, might exist.
Right.
And if not that, then at the very least there are ideas like takes. For a start, rook takes d4 might be okay. I've got to be a little bit careful because I'm a bit worried about check.
C8, yeah.
But now I've actually got queen f8. Now that I see it out the corner of my eye.
Yeah, so perhaps knight f5 first.
Knight f5. Yeah,
Now,
and a little
knight
bit of
h6
initiative.
is
Yeah,
actually a
yeah,
threat.
yeah. This is annoying. So you're right. So I mean, here I thought maybe I could go queen b4, hitting the rook and the
That's
pawn.
a nice move.
But you can go knight f3 perhaps. Things are getting a bit out of hand here.
What about rook takes d4?
Yeah, rook takes d4, queen c8 check,
King h7,
queen f5 check,
king back.
and now, again, just lacking half a move here, aren't I? As white, probably, unless, for example, no, I can't.
Yeah, it looks.
I mean, there are all kinds of weird things in this position.
a3. Wow.
Yeah, trying to distract the queen. I put the queen here to cover this square.
This is a nice trick.
Yeah.
And there is no good way of answering to that, because after queen a5, you've got b4.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all kinds of stuff like that could happen. So yeah, e4 is definitely conceptually critical, but knight e2 was played by Ivanka. Yeah, this move feels really not right to me.
Yeah.
I have to say, I'm not a fan of this move at all, basically.
And look, Sabina has just played knight to f8.
Yeah, and knight to f8. Also a very natural move, planning to come to e6 in a lot of variations and to improve that knight.
So what is that knight from e2 doing? Where is it heading?
I have no idea.
Is it g3? Because knight f4 cannot really be played because of g5, right? I think I'm doing fine over there.
You mean knight f4, g5?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can allow this. So where does it want to go? To g3? But it feels like she wants to put the same knight on f5, but I don't get it. I don't get the idea.
To be honest, me neither.
Very, very strange.
Yeah, nonetheless, I see that Jovanka has a huge advantage on the clock.
Yeah, she does.
More than 30 minutes. Sabina took a lot of time to get to this position.
Sabino, he's obviously lacking a bit of confidence at the moment. You know, he's had a rough start, and when you start to doubt yourself and play badly, you tend to double check. Exactly, you double check, you triple check, and you can eat up a lot of time. So it doesn't surprise me, actually. And Jovanka's actually quite a fast player in general. I mean, having played Jovanka many times in my life, I can tell you she's not a slow player whatsoever. So it's not so surprising to me.
Right, perhaps this is what she was trying to achieve with the knight e2 maneuver, actually, to make Sabino spend even more time guessing what is the right plan, no? Because when you are down to seconds, you tend to blunder, and that happened a lot during yesterday's round. And actually, Sabino himself blundered very badly and missed a win and nearly lost that game. He was saved only by by miracle, I would say.
That's true, yeah.
All right.
All right,
so,
yeah. Let's keep an eye on that one, and let's go back to one of the other games. I'm going to let you choose, Irina. I don't know if you can see all the small screens there or something that looks interesting.
Actually, and I'm very curious about Gunay's game against Leandro.
Okay.
Because we've seen this move, which you are suggesting, in a bit of a different position, but anyway. This b5 with the idea that after c takes would follow, and then the rook would be opened. Yeah,
let's look at that in a moment. I just want to point out this was the last time we left the position, and I mentioned to you that we thought that this wouldn't work, and here Gunay spent 28 minutes on the move h3, which is a long think in the opening. So she plays h3. She couldn't find something better, and now h4 is very thematic, trying to lock these pawns down It's not in every opening that you see this, though, where you move pawns in front of your king in order to stop white gaining space, but it makes a lot of sense. And after f4, threatening the move f5, she now replied f5. Sorry, he replied, sorry, f5 immediately, which is...
Look at that. The bishop on e3 is, again, a tactical weakness. I really like the concept of that. And do you know what I call a tactical weakness?
What?
A piece which is not protected enough time. So if I have one more piece which is attacking it, then it means it's a tactical weakness.
Yep, I agree. I agree.
All right. And what now?
Well, what now is she retreated the bishop back to c1 because it was unprotected. And we saw this move b5, which is just a very, very, very typical move in the Caro-Kann, in the main lines, in these structures, fighting for that d5 square, fighting for the light squares. And after c5, it's on Leandro. And the question is, well, the f5 pawn is never under attack, right? So let's say I move this bishop to... Again, this is where he's having a think, because all 4 retreat squares are actually... It's not clear to me which is the best square.
I think bishop e7 might be quite interesting to bring it towards f6.
Yeah.
Trying to put some extra pressure on the d4 pawn. And then the knight might come to d5, or perhaps even the queen, because then the mate on a2 would be threatened. Who knows?
Yeah, I like bishop e7, bishop f6, then knight e7 to d5. I like that maneuver.
It seems to me like it is not the dream position for white in this variation.
No, and also just... well, hold on. Bishop e7 runs into bishop takes f5. Sorry, you can't put the bishop on e7. The whole point is you need to keep this file open. So if I go bishop f8, now you can't take, because talking of loose pieces, this hangs. So I think actually bishop e7 isn't the move. Bishop also this way is possible because you keep a bit of pressure on the weak f4 pawn. So bishop b8 also makes actually a lot of sense here. And it's one of those positions, again, I don't have a good feel for what's going on, but I must say that, let's see, he put it on c7, right? That's the other way.
Oh, and look at that. He has an extra half hour on the clock. But I must say that Gania is playing very well with low time on the clock. So we saw it yesterday when she outplayed Bilal in time trouble. So she must not be underestimated. But it looks like she will struggle a bit to find some counterplay here. Where should be white playing? I'm not sure.
Really difficult position. I have to say, I don't love white's position. I would take black here in an over-the-board game for sure. I want to...
What if I try some rook a... Oh, actually rook h to e1? Is it a move?
Yeah, I was thinking actually with this rook, but let's say rook h to e1. Now you're threatening to take. And if a move like queen to d5...
I thought I had knight c3.
Knight c3, exactly.
Somehow.
And if I take, you're running into a discovery with a move like bishop takes f5, right?
Exactly.
So not queen to d5. And if I play the move knight to e7...
Could I try something like g4?
That's exactly what I was thinking. g4. And after takes, I can now take here, and suddenly I've opened up some lines against the king. I actually really like it.
Yeah, maybe that should be the idea for white to play for.
Maybe after queen d5, knight c3, can black consider trying to exchange queens with queen b3? Does this work?
It might. Only if you're not running in some sort of d5.
I could run into d5 here. It's actually a very serious move, isn't it? Takes and takes.
Now the problem is that the b5 pawn will be hanging.
I like that move a lot. Yep. So we can't play queen d5. I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, a very double-edged position, and it is exactly the kind of tricky tactical position which Gania enjoys the most. And I believe we will see a very exciting battle here.
Yeah, I agree. All right.
Where should we move on to?
Let's look at Eric Rosen's game, playing black against Nino Batsiashvili.
Wow, a lot has happened since the last time we've checked this position.
Yeah, we checked it around here. Queen to f3.
Now rook e8.
Rook to e8, and indeed the queen did come to h3. And Eric went this route for defense with knight f8. Nino attacked the rook, bishop b5, rook e7, and bishop to d2. Eric kicked, and now the bishop found another way back into the game via c2.
I have some bad news for our viewers.
What's happened?
I played this position, a very similar one myself, recently in Slovenia, and I got completely crushed with the black pieces. My rook was exactly on e7, and I realized during the game that rook e8 wasn't a move to be played because the rook on e7 is struggling.
Right.
And actually black is not having here enough counterplay, and I'm afraid Eric might be in big trouble.
Really? Okay.
And we see also that he's down on the clock. Let's check what they played next. Rook to
so rook to c8, and now a classy little move here by Nino. Bishop to e1.
Yeah, that's precisely why that rook is struggling on the e-file, because now after bishop h4, that pin will become very, very unpleasant.
Yeah, and Eric tried to resolve it directly. He took here, e takes d4, and then the move knight to e4 by Eric Rosen. I guess the idea of this is if bishop h4, I think he wants to play the ugly looking but now logical move f6. And now actually things get a bit out of control because the c3 pawn is... Oh, sorry, I'm blundering c3. No, I'm not. But here for sure after f6, on the next move I can take on c3. And that's no good. So this is the position. And actually Nino has played a move, the move rook to d1. And...
yeah, can black play something like f6 here, trying to get rid of that knight, or is it... oh, no. I was thinking maybe some rook e4 might work, but black is doing fine there. Or is...
bishop takes e4, you mean?
Oh, sorry,
it's a bishop on e1.
There is a bishop on e1,
yeah,
so
it's a bishop.
unusual, right?
Yeah.
Maybe f6 is working then.
Yeah. What's wrong with this move? What's her idea? Because she played rook d1. So there must be an idea, because f6 is...
Maybe she wanted something like bishop takes e4, d takes, and d5. Because then, I mean, before black played f6, because after bishop d5, rook d5, and the rook on c8
but it's black's
hanging.
move.
Yeah, indeed. But I mean that probably that was her threat.
Okay, f6 is on the board, so we're going to find out what Nino wants to do here.
Yeah, indeed. Well, could we consider sacrificing that?
For sure,
knight?
we can consider sacrificing it, for sure.
Maybe some... No, but bishop h4 is dropping the pawn on c3.
I think maybe what she's thinking... no, maybe not. Originally, I wanted to take and play d5, but it doesn't work.
Because I take on e5?
And if I go here, you have queen b6 check.
Oh, yeah, that's an unpleasant intermediate move. So what else? Maybe some bishop b3 instead of bishop takes e4. With the idea of taking... but again, why do I always confuse that bishop on e1 with the rook?
It's a bishop. It's a bishop. Yeah, I don't know. Can it be that Nino has misplayed these past few moves and she's just got a bit too comfortable, thinking that she's doing okay?
Might be the case, because it looked very promising for white. And suddenly I don't see any way to continue the attack over black's king. Okay, let's say that I go away with the knight. Knight where? To g4 probably.
Yeah, let's say knight to g4. It looks so weird though to have all of your pieces like this, you know?
Yeah, but for now black cannot really play f5, because then I will be heading back to e5, I guess. And well, the knight is very nice over there. But probably black can play something different, like maybe even rook e to c7.
Yeah.
Trying to put some extra pressure on the c3 pawn. And now the knight on f8 actually is a good piece, because it's protecting h7, so I can easily take on c3 on the next move if white doesn't protect that.
Yes.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's a strange one actually. Eric, apparently, according to the YouTube chat, minus 0.8 on Stockfish. And I can believe it. It feels as though Nino's knight and position isn't quite working.
Yeah, perhaps she was a bit superficial attacking black's king, and now it looks like Eric is doing absolutely fine. And I see somebody asking in the chat if the players can receive GM norms in this tournament, and I believe that they can.
Must be able to.
Yeah.
I mean, there are grandmasters on both sides of the aisle, and 20 nations represented, or 21 represented at this tournament. So you've got the number of flags, you've got the ratings, you've got the ELO average, which is 2450-ish.
Exactly.
Yeah, so actually...
That should be more than enough.
Oh, well, of course. All you need is... so actually...
To score some points, no?
I think that 6.5 out of 9 will get you a norm here. Even 6 out of 9 will get you a norm, possibly, because if the ELO average is 2450, to get a 2600 performance, you need +3, 50 points per 50 ELO rating points performance per +1. So 150 points will be 2600. So I think 6 is close to a Grandmaster norm, and 6.5 is definitely a Grandmaster norm.
I see.
Yeah. So that means that, for example, Irene already on 2 out of 2. I mean, if she has a good day today against Hussein, if she doesn't lose at least, she still has great chances. And there are a lot of players in this tournament that are only international masters on both sides. For example, you've got Marcel and Gillian, you've got Balashchonka, Olga Giria, I believe, is not a Grandmaster.
Also Gunay.
Gunay is an international master. I don't know if she's got any Grandmaster norms, but and Jovanka, so plenty of international masters. And knight g4. Yeah, knight g4 on the board.
Yeah. What about you, Lawrence? Do you have GM norms?
I do, apparently. Couple, 2 GM norms. Need to get back to playing at some point, but with lots of things going on in my life, I haven't really had the opportunity to play again. What about you?
I don't have any GM norms.
Okay.
I wasn't even close to that, unfortunately. Okay. I think my best rating performances were around 2550, 2560. So, yeah, it's definitely my dream to become a GM. That's actually what keeps me going.
That's really great. Well, I wish you all the luck with that. It's not an easy journey. I mean, becoming a Grandmaster is, unless you're a super duper genius young talent who can just play chess 8 hours a day and do nothing else, it's hard. It's hard.
And you know, I find it so shocking that these Indian guys have so many young GMs.
It's unbelievable.
And the youngest one is only 12 years old.
Yeah.
How could that be? At 12 years old,
it's ridiculous.
I had like 2,000 ELO.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're just, they eat, breathe, and sleep chess. They get up, they do chess. They have lunch, they do chess. They go to bed, they do chess. And they just do chess, chess, chess. And they do it all the time. And then if they're talented as well, some of them can become a grandmaster. It's truly amazing.
Yeah. Well, now I believe that the only challenge for Eric will be to not to go into time trouble, because we've seen quite a few promising positions for him in the previous rounds, and he struggled to convert them exactly when going low on time. And he will have to be careful about that.
Well, it's not a winning position yet. He's a bit better, perhaps, if he's 0.8. So I think he's probably, well, he's got a good chance at least.
All right, let's check another game. Maybe Maria versus Bobby.
Yep, let's go there.
And wow, it is an end game already. Where did we leave the players here?
I think we left pretty much, around the start, actually. So take us through the moves here. So rook e1.
Rook e1, b5, bishop to c2.
Yep.
Bishop b7, d4. All very natural for white here. Bishop to e7, bishop g5. Wow, and now a very nice and aggressive plan by Bobby.
Wow.
h6, bishop h4, and g5.
Yeah, really aggressive. Not necessary at all, but aggressive, and we like to see it.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, unexpected. Bishop g3, knight to h5. Do you think it can really work? Because it seems like black is still a bit behind with that development. The king is still stuck on e8.
I don't believe... I mean, it feels a bit too optimistic, but let's see what happened. He took on c5. She took on c5.
D takes c5
yes,
now.
Makes sense. And bishop d6 also.
Yeah, that was exactly the move I first thought of. Because now after bishop d6, queen takes d6, it looks like black has some trouble over the dark squares. And perhaps that's why Bobby played queen to b6.
Exactly, yeah.
Now Maria decided to trade the queens. I'm not sure if this is right. What do you think? But perhaps...
Well, what else does she have? I don't see another idea. She probably does have to take queens off here. I don't see a good retreat, because if you play a move like, I don't know, queen, where do you actually want to put the queen? Because if you put it on d2, you block this knight. If you come all the way back, it doesn't really leave an impression here. Black has got lots of moves. You can play knight f4, you can play rook d8.
Even long castle
Even
might
long
be
castles.
possible.
I mean, this move is not ridiculous. Knight d2. Now you can play knight f4, for example. Follow up with c4, and I feel the pressure here as white. I don't know. I mean, again, long castles might not be necessary, but it's just a flavor. So I think she actually has to trade queens, and wants to, and can now complete development with knight bd2, rook d8, and now knight b3 is an interesting idea. The point being that the knight has got two jumpy squares. And after knight a4, she can go knight a5. And after bishop a8, she can now take the knight off, which she does, and b takes a4. And she would have had to have assessed this position. And I have to say, it looks pretty good for white. I mean...
I was going to say that it looks pretty good for black.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
You know, I like the point of having that d3 square potentially for my knight. Maybe I can bring it over by knight f4, knight d3, trying to somehow put some pressure on b2. I can play rook b8 at some point. Perhaps for white, the idea would be to play a move like b3, trying to open up the a file, because that pawn on a6 is a bit weak. But I might... should I take? a3 runs into knight c4 and the pawn will be lost, so perhaps I can't play that.
But maybe you can ignore it, because I don't think b takes a4 is such a big threat somehow.
Oh, right, exactly.
I can just go knight f4, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of b3, I have to say. The move that comes to mind here is actually the move knight e5.
Do you want to play knight c6 or?
Well, for a start, you can't connect easily now because king e7 runs into knight c6, And the other idea is I keep some control over d3, and also I might just want to put the pawn on f3 and try and block this bishop on the long diagonal.
What about a move like f6?
Yeah, you can go f6, and now if I go knight to c4...
Then I was thinking that maybe your knight on a5 is a little bit stuck. Let's say knight f4.
Knight f4. Now I really can go rook d1 because there's some knight d6.
And king e7.
Yeah, and now something like, I don't know, f3. It's a complicated one.
Yeah, perhaps you could try then some knight b6.
Knight b6, exactly. That's what I want, yeah. Yeah, if I get rid of that bishop, then knight c6 check comes and things can happen, right? So...
Yeah, very interesting position here. Perhaps black will be able to somehow... Oh, it's not the position we've got.
Yeah, this is the position.
Yeah, maybe black will have to attack somehow on the king side with g4 and try to do something there, but it will take a long time. I'm very curious how this game will develop.
Yeah, as I say, I think I take white ever so slightly, but I think for sure, yeah, chances for both sides. Let's go back to Zhang Sai's game, because this can get very wild again. Won't go through. I think we should just go from here because so much has happened. It would actually take a while to look at before. So let's just join the position. This is Zhang Sai Abdulmalik playing Bilal Belassin, and it is Zhang Sai.
King is in the center. It still did not castle, and it probably won't do so in the near future. Oof.
Yeah, but you are material up here as white. I mean, you've got, what is it, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4. You're a pawn up, 2 bishops. If you stabilize here with white, you tend to believe that white should be doing well. And she just played knight f3, which I like, just bringing the knight to a natural place. And you can play bishop d3 next. And I don't.
But I could play c4 here.
C4 here?
Or maybe you don't like this move now.
No. But, I mean, at the same time, the more I look at it, I don't hate it. I don't hate it because I do need a response here. And it's not easy to suggest a move.
Yeah, my point was that white won't really go for a short castle, like bishop e2, short castle. What would then the queen on h2 do?
Well, for the moment, it's out of the game, but it can come back. It's not fixed out of the game.
There are also some rook g4 ideas for black.
Bishop g2, rook g4. Yeah, it's getting completely crazy now.
I know that in these kind of positions, white has to somehow try and make g4 happen, but it is not happening here.
Right.
Yeah, I'm very curious what Bilal will come up with after knight f3. It seems like he's got at least a promising position.
Yeah.
He's got the initiative. He has sacrificed the pawn for it, but let's see if he will be able to use this this time which he's ahead with the development, and if he can get some threats against white's king.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree. Very, very interesting indeed. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to go for a very, very quick break.
Wait, we have one more result.
We have a result. What happened? Olga.
Bulgaria made a draw against Balázs.
What the hell? They agreed a draw in this position here. Let's bring it up very quickly because it's very, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, it was that position where we thought that white is having some interesting chances against black's king. Black did play g6, and then...
So it was, yeah, it went sort of so it went g6, queen to g3, b3, and bishop to b1, and Olga offered a draw here, clearly, and Balázs Csonka accepted. Probably they were just both thinking that this position is just too wild. Yeah, too double-edged. Like, both sides can win, both sides can make big mistakes, and clearly they were not in the mood to fight it out here. It wasn't a must-win situation. I think I think it's a better result for Csonka than it is for Olga, because I still feel as though this position, if I had to take a color, would be white. So Balázs has been one of the better performers for the guys, and Olga also performing very well. So a bit like in the Joe Gallagher game, it feels so.
Exactly, and I guess we might have the opportunity to ask the players themselves what they thought.
Yeah, maybe we
this
can
position.
get Olga here or Balázs. Yeah, that would be great. So let's see if we can do that. We're 2 hours into the round. 8 games remaining. Plenty of action on the board. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's heating up in round 3 of Battle of the Sexes GibChess 2022.
We're in the studio with Marie Sebak, who's just drawn a game with Joe Gallagher. Can you tell me something about tell us something about the game?
I don't know what to play this morning, and finally I chose my variation that I played a lot of time, and I prepared for this game. So after it was draw, because it was just theoretical game, and some game like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Caruana, all draw with this novelty with b5 and d5.
So it's a Sicilian bishop b5 variation. Yeah?
Yeah, and I play a lot of time bishop b5.
Right. And did you know that Joe played this line?
Yes, I know, but I didn't think he will prepare for this line, because it's very dangerous. But he knows this line, and I was not very happy with my position.
Right. So you decided to bail out. Did you offer the draw?
Yeah.
You did. Yeah. Have you played him many times before?
No, it's my first time.
Really?
I play with Joseph, and it was my second time in Gibraltar.
Right, okay, let's have a look at the game. Okay, Marie, we're looking at the position after 13b3.
Yeah.
And what happened next?
Now I played many times this position and I have very good results, but I don't like this move because it's new move and I don't know what to do.
Have you seen this idea before?
And all game with this move is draw, so yeah, I see.
Yeah.
But now it's because you change and change, queen d5, and now I play just this, and it will be all pieces will be changed,
Yeah.
and it will be draw.
Yeah, so you just think it's level after this and there's no opportunity. Is there any opportunity for black to play on here? Were you expecting him to accept the draw?
I don't know, I think it's many games are draw in this position. There are like 5 or 6 games, it's a draw.
All right, so it's a drawing line.
Yeah.
This is what we should all be trying to play to get draws against grandmasters, isn't it?
Yeah,
If
but
they let you
maybe
play this.
I have to change my variation, I don't know, because
Right.
I didn't expect that he will win no.
Would play b5, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. This is round 3 of Battle of the Sexes GibChess 2022. We're in the heat of battle in round 3. We've had 2 results, 2 draws so far, 8 games remaining, and all kinds of possibilities in the air. Very, very, very unbalanced games. No dull games on any of the boards, actually. They're all absolute fire. So, Irina, where should we go first? Where should we check out?
Let's check the game between Gunay and Leandro.
Yep.
Because it seems like it's a very interesting position here. We've got castling on different sides of the board. And, well, let's see who will be faster with the attack. I really like the move which was just played by Leandro.
Yeah.
If we could see it, yeah, exactly. This last move, a5, is so nice because black wants to play b4, try to open up white's king even more. This actually involves a pawn sacrifice because the pawn on h4 was hanging, but you don't really want to take it because the queen isn't doing much on h4. And after black's, let's say, queen h4, b4, it is already looking really, really bad for white, because when the knight goes away, we could play queen d5, and then queen a2 will be coming.
Right, exactly, and queen to a2, as you say, and
yeah, here a good piece of advice would be really precious for white, I believe, and a move like b4 by white, would it really be possible?
It looks a little loose. A takes b4, a takes b4. Maybe not knight d5 now, but well, let's just say I put the rook on a8. I don't need to rush, I guess, because if you take on h4, now I can probably take on d4.
Definitely.
And queen takes b4 check is in the air. And I agree with you. I think Gunay, for the first time, is in major difficulties. She's got 14 minutes left as well. That's really not a lot of time for 18 moves in such a position.
Do you know what I was thinking?
Yes.
Could we try something like d5 for white, trying to somehow close up at least that diagonal, even with the price of a pawn?
d5.
Would it be the way to solve the threats against white's king? Because now you cannot take with the pawn on b5 is hanging, so you have to take back with a piece.
Okay, let's take with the knight.
Maybe I can do something here. Yeah, the problem is that knight takes d5 runs again into that queen takes, and the mate on a2 is coming. So we shouldn't be doing that.
Even bishop takes, right? Doesn't. Well, here at least you have. You have queen takes h4. Yeah, but you're right. Queen takes d5, and I have some major problems down here.
Maybe there is another move after black's knight takes d5. What could we try here? Not seeing that, actually.
Don't see it.
Maybe knight e2? Or is
wow, that's so so unbelievable, this concept. You give up the pawn, you allow the knight to sit on d5 and then play knight e2. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I'm
somehow
just trying to avoid mate.
Sure. I know you're trying to, it doesn't feel like d5 is the move. It could just be bad for black.
Yeah.
You know, it could just for white. Sorry, it could just be very, very bad for white.
Yeah.
I don't know the computer evaluation. Of course, everybody at home, remember, we're not using a computer. So for sure, we're making lots of mistakes, but we're trying to give you a bit of a human perspective on how these games are running.
Yeah, so do you have a better suggestion for for white here? Is it really all over?
The honest answer is... I hated white's position from basically a3. I find these positions extremely difficult to play. And Gunay, you can see on the video as well, she's
down to only
12 minutes. Yeah, she is.
Oh, and it's only move 21. It means that she has to make 19 more moves to reach the time control, so less than 1 minute per move. And the position is definitely not an easy one.
Yeah, 11.5 minutes now, and just extremely difficult to manage here. Knight A2.
Knight A2.
That's a sad move.
Yeah.
That's a sad move to play. So what's the idea? So if I go Queen D5, she wants to come back, does she?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now after Queen B3, I have Bishop
C2, and you are managing to
survive it.
To survive, but the knight now on A2 is so offside. So
what about B4?
Yeah, and if I take,
take back.
Okay, let's say I take.
And Rook B8. What is going on here?
I don't know. Knight A6, let's say.
Knight A6.
Now you want to go Queen D5, do you? And try and mate me. Does this work?
Yeah, I could try it.
Should we try? Queen A2 check. King C2. But I don't see mate.
The king is running. Queen B3, King D2.
Yeah. I don't see mate here.
Queen B4, wait.
King E2.
And maybe some discovered stuff here. No, I don't have it.
No. Especially if the king comes to G1. It's going to be very, very unpleasant.
So the straightforward way to play it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
What else could black do after knight A2? Or do you still believe in this position?
In this position... Which one? Knight A2?
Yeah. The move just played in the game, knight A2.
Sorry, knight A2 in the game. Knight A2.
Oh.
Let's have a look. So here. So B4 is possible, for sure. I was thinking, what about knight D5? So knight D5, queen takes H4, I guess is her idea. You could go knight D5, queen takes H4, and now B4, for example.
Yeah, now B3 is an unpleasant threat.
Potentially, it's an unpleasant threat, yes.
Yeah, somehow I cannot really see why it's counterplay. It feels like black has just a free attack.
Yeah, it does feel like that. 12 minutes left for Gania, and she's not enjoying herself, that's for sure.
Definitely. And I guess it is the first game from today's round where we see that the ladies are in trouble.
I think so. I mean, Eric Rosen apparently also has a great position, so let's go there. Is this the bounce back date for the boys? This is his position against Nino Batsiashvili. And yeah, something went wrong for Nino in this game. Her pieces aren't really cooperating. Eric playing what looks like a pretty decent play on the queen side. A5 by Eric. He's 7 minutes down or something on the clock here.
But wait, I have an idea. What
Yes.
if white plays knight to E3? Attacking D5 and maybe wanting to jump on F5 in some cases. How do we deal with that?
It's a very good question. I hadn't seen that move. That is a tough move to face, actually.
Is Queen D7
Yeah,
a
Queen
possibility?
D7, but
yeah,
it's
why
really, yeah, I mean, tough one to say because I'm threatening. So Queen D7, and now.
Because actually, if swapping the queens off the board, it will probably favor black, right? Because there cannot be any attacks anymore.
Probably.
And C3 will still be a weakness. And if knight f5?
And that's what I was trying to calculate, knight f5. Exactly.
What now?
Exactly. What now after knight f5?
I was thinking that maybe even rook e6 is a move. It
Rook
doesn't
e6.
look so natural, but I want to bring it over to c6 and maybe try.
Very weird.
Some
But you're right.
pressure.
I don't see a way for white to. This bishop is really not performing in this game, is it? It's really kind of making white's job difficult.
Indeed.
And she's going to play knight e3. There you
yeah,
go.
she's playing that.
Yeah. So
yeah, it seems like Eric has a very promising position. But Nino is a very, very tricky defender. And, you know, I've noticed that in her games, she likes to put that smart traps. So I guess that will be the thing for Eric to keep an eye on. But anyway, it is a bit difficult to put many traps here, right?
It really is, yeah.
Yeah, somehow the bishop on e1 is very strange looking.
Yeah, I don't like it at all, this bishop on e1. But you're right, knight e3. I mean, but Nino somehow she does quite well in these positions. I don't know. I feel like Eric is slightly on the back foot here. I feel like Nino's got chances still in this game.
Do you mean chances to
win?
To win?
Yeah, I believe Nino's.
Wow.
I mean, I'm saying there are enough pieces on the board, and Eric has also shown that he can lose control a little bit later in the game. So it'll be interesting to see for sure.
Indeed.
All right, let's go to another game. Let's go to
maybe Jean Saya's game?
Jansaya? Well, we've seen, I mean, this got completely crazy, didn't it?
Wow, king d1 was just played.
Yeah.
What a move. The king decided to run to the other flank.
Yeah, but she can't castle and the king can't just sit there. So after queen c7, she's just gone king d1. But of course, and also the pawn on e5 was hanging.
I don't like this move. What is happening? Ah, wait. I was thinking about queen a5, trying to get the a4 pawn, but then perhaps there is some c4. Could it be?
It could be, yeah. No, this is
but
clear.
It's still unclear after knight b4, no? Or
probably.
Wow,
yeah,
what
I don't
a
know.
messy
Oh, yeah,
position.
it's just a mess. It's just a total mess. Is there anything else that black can play here?
Well, taking on e5 isn't really an option because then the rook on g4 will be attacked.
I was thinking, but maybe you can think about it.
And just sacrifice.
Just sacrifice the exchange, and now actually you're attacking here.
But maybe I have something like f4.
Yeah, but then g3 is very weak. I don't know, a move like queen e4, let's say. And now I'm threatening here. I've got this.
It doesn't look
I've
so
got
nice.
this. Hold on, bishop takes a4 is a huge threat here, actually.
Yeah.
Can he just take?
I'm not sure, but you know, this is, I think, the danger in this kind of positions, that sometimes you feel like your advantage is so big and you want to somehow find a direct way to the win. And then if you start sacrificing material without seeing exactly how you win, that is where your opponent might get a chance. Because long term, it still looks like white doesn't really have a good way to somehow untangle the pieces. So,
yeah, it feels like it's gone wrong for Shansai, that's for sure. It feels the queen is obviously misplaced on h2 and her pieces don't make too much sense. So, yeah, she's definitely in trouble. And, you know, this is the first round, as you said, where the boys are actually kind of in at least a few games.
But what I'm worried about here is Bilal's time, because I see he's down to 17 minutes.
That's okay. That's enough.
1 minute per move.
Yeah,
right?
that's okay. That's not too. That's Gunnar is in more serious trouble.
And he wants to play the queen.
Queen a5. He does play your move, queen a5. So after c4, then he is going to play some knight b4 move, like you said, and try and make this as much of a dogfight as possible.
Right. My feeling is that it's one of the most interesting games of the match.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Can get very wild. We'll come back to that one. Let us go to another game. Let us go actually to the Ravi Haria game. We haven't checked in Pierre Kramling against Ravi Haria, and we'll take it here. And Ravi has actually established a position I was close, I was talking about it a while ago, where you managed to get this knight on e4, a3, the bishop came back to d6, b4.
And your move,
he did
b8.
play knight b8. Yeah, I mean, it's very logical to reroute the knight to d7. And if you've got time to do it, why not? So knight to e2, knight d7, okay, g6, and okay, this move c6 was, I guess this was kind of necessary, Ravi thought, because I guess there was some issue, maybe some knight e5 idea by white.
Oh, yeah, perhaps. And then the pawn on c7 might be hanging.
So he wanted to overprotect it. And now he just decided to go with the h-pawn, which I actually like very much. Knight gf1 and knight e4, occupying bishop b2 and h4, taking over the initiative.
I really like how black has handled this position. And
but Pierre plays h3.
f3, wow.
Sorry, f3. And now on knight takes d2 is forced to play queen takes d2. And
Look at that bishop on b2. It is so sad.
It is a sad bishop, but it can still get back into the game. What is Ravi's idea here?
Well, I would consider playing f5 actually.
Yeah, I think that's actually on his mind. It's a bit loose, but it might be okay.
Yeah, somehow probably white cannot really play anymore on the queen side, so white's idea must be to play rook e1 and then e4. That's why I thought that f5 would somehow prevent that from happening.
Ravi also with 17 minutes, or is that 11 minutes? 17 minutes.
17, yeah.
So what's he going to do here?
We will see a lot of interesting time troubles today.
I think so. Yeah, I think we're going to have a lot of nasty moments in time trouble today, indeed.
I see somebody in the chat is saying that this library seems to be very cold. Indeed, it is a little bit chilly here, but I believe that the positions we've got on the board are heating up the atmosphere, no?
They are. It is chilly. I mean, where we are commentating, I can tell you, it is very cold here. I mean, it is... I mean, one of the coldest settings I've commentated in, but... thankfully, the chess is hot, so...
Yeah, and look, he played knight f6. He didn't want to commit to f5.
Yeah, f5 is a serious commitment. You weaken yourself forever, and he's also saying, look, I'm just not...
Not ready to take those, no.
Exactly, and now, if queen f2, threatening this pawn...
Perhaps knight h5 is his plan.
Exactly, knight h5, and... Now white can go e4, but then you give up the f4 square, and things again are getting very, very complex very, very quickly.
Yeah, a lot of interesting games today.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like men's team is in control.
Yeah.
Even though they have today all black pieces.
I agree.
So rook e1 was played.
Yeah, rook e1 by Pierre is also...
Yeah, and you see, the problem is now that whenever I go away with the knight, I have to consider e4. Mm-hmm. That's why I wanted to play f5. I'm not sure bringing the knight towards f6 was the best move. How should black improve here?
Not easy.
Because if I play c5, then I open up white's bad bishop on b2. So it's not something I want to do. On the other hand, my bishop on b7 is not fantastic either. So
yeah. I wanted to try and play the move bishop c8, but you go e4 here. I think.
He is gonna play a move. No, he changed his mind. He was hovering over the board.
He was waiting.
Yeah.
And he does go knight h5. Yeah, this is of course very logical.
So he's not worried about e4, right?
I think he's just saying when you go e4, I can either go bishop f4 or maybe even knight f4. Probably have to analyze both, but bishop f4.
Yeah, I like bishop f4 because after knight f4 I have some e5, right?
Exactly. And I'm getting, even this is not completely clear, maybe. Probably is, takes and takes. Is actually a double attack on the queen, very unusual.
Right.
Almost like a double check, except that it's a double attack, and yeah, and you win. So it's...
But I guess white has to play e4 because if not, what else?
Well, you can continue to do nothing.
To wait?
Yeah. Rook c1.
What is Pia going to choose?
But I don't love it. I don't love it. I don't love it. We'll see. We'll see. We'll come back to that one. Let's quickly check in with Jovanka Huska, because Jovanka against Sabina, we were saying how this was a bit of a weird one, and now we've got a bit more of a simplified position. This knight managed to work its way to what looks like a good outpost here.
Yeah, but Sabina is in terrible pressure on the clock. He's got only 4 minutes left for the remaining 17 moves. That's
true?
very little. Yeah.
That's according to our clock, is it? But we'll double check that, because I'm not. Sometimes the clocks are slightly off, because it also says Jovanka has no time.
Oh.
Right. So we'll double check the time situation. But let's have a look at the actual position on the board, and the position is, I would say,
Black is doing very well
yeah.
here. Because, well, now if you go away with the bishop to f1, let's say, you have to consider knight e4. And, yeah, after knight takes e4, I can take back with the pawn, and somehow my bishop suddenly has a longer diagonal. Yeah, I believe that Sabina is not in danger here.
Do you think he's going to win this one today?
No, I think it will probably be a draw.
Still be a draw? Okay.
Yeah. It seems like everything is it's almost symmetrical, you know?
Right.
Like the pawn structure is exactly the same, only the pieces are placed differently. But Black can even play bishop a6 at some point, trying to trade that bishop from the other side.
Even here it's not.
Yeah.
It's not stupid. But I feel like with some weaknesses, I feel a bit uneasy here as white.
Yeah, probably white should be a bit careful here not to get into some sort of trouble. But I think the slight... and look, we have...
the times. Here we go.
Time. Yeah, and it's not 4 minutes, it's 10 minutes Sabina's got, and it should be enough for him in this position.
Yeah, it's more than enough with 30 seconds bonus on move 24, so he's not in any serious time difficulty, I would say.
Somebody wants to see Jovanka joining us here. Of course, we would love to see her. Hopefully she will do fine today and we can see her later on.
Yep. All right, another game here I'm looking that looks very... it's the Nino game. We've had a look at that. Let's go back to Irene. We haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, sure. It seemed like she was a bit uneasy with her position there. But now, what is going on now?
Looks good for Irene, does it not? What if I take on d5 here? What's this? I take. If you take, can I take, or is rook b4 Hussein's idea?
A rook b4, and then after queen f2, let's say, or d2.
Yeah, Queen d2.
d2, all right. No, queen d2, queen b6.
Oops.
That's why I wanted the queen on f2.
Very nice, yeah.
But here rook takes f4.
Oh, wow, that's a nice tactic. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent.
So this is the trap Hussein has set.
Now, my next question to you is, does this make any sense? The answer is probably no, isn't
Queen
it?
takes, yeah. And king h7 or h8? I'm not sure.
Doesn't feel like enough. Okay, rook b8. That's a classy little move.
And he took 17 minutes to make it.
Yeah, it could be a great move, though. It's always good to spend 17 minutes and play a great move than spend 17 minutes and then blunder your queen.
You know, I've actually noticed that whenever I take a longer time to make a move, it's usually a bad move.
Yeah, that's actually, they have studied that statistically if you take too long, you end up eventually making a wrong move, and that there's a lot to be said for your intuition and trying to make that work. But of course, some positions are just so tough. But yeah, not an easy position here for Irene. You're right, not an easy position.
Yeah, the idea probably is that black wants to play rook b4 anyway, because then it will again be a double attack on c4 and on a4. Yeah, I'm still not sure that white has solved all the issues of the position here. Somehow I'm also worried about the king and the queen being on the same diagonal. Perhaps we can just play king h1.
Right.
Just to make sure we don't get into those checks which we've just seen earlier.
Right. Yeah, also makes sense, but feels a little slow to me. I'm not in love with this move somehow, but yeah, it could be. But it is a difficult position for Irina. You can see also by the body language that she's not very comfortable here. So we'll wait and see what she does. Jansaya has given up the a4 pawn. Let's quickly go there. So Jansaya has just given up the a4 pawn, which probably means that she's in a really bad position.
But she has the pair of bishops, or does it not mean anything?
Knight e1, so she just voluntarily gave it up, kicked the knight back and went here. But the problem is that the white king is in danger, and black has got a passed a-pawn.
Yeah, indeed. Now a very tough moment for Jansaya. But at least she's got the pawn on g4, so now maybe she can try to move. I don't know,
move the queen.
To get those pawns going. I was thinking.
Get the pawns going. Okay.
How do we do that? Maybe some. No, I was hoping to make g5, g6 work, trying to create a passed pawn, but I believe it doesn't work here. Probably after g5 I can just get my knight back on f5, right? Yeah,
you've got to be careful. Also, you've got to have an answer to queen a1 check, bishop c1, queen takes c3, and then taking on e5. But this is probably not exactly what black wants, because you open up the position and maybe you give white a bit of initiative. But no, it's this one is very, very tough, because they're on move 25. Let's have a look at the time. So Bilal has 13 minutes, Jansaya 26 minutes. Even 26 minutes here is really not a lot of time, because it's just, you have to calculate so precisely, and the moves definitely don't come intuitively. Also here, for example, just again, ideas like rook takes g4 do exist. I'll put a ridiculous move on the board like here. I'm not saying black would ever do this, but you got to think about it. These exchange sacrifices, winning a pawn and then trying to win this pawn and trying to make your life easier. I have an idea for white. Okay. May I play knight d... Oh, she played something else. What did she do there? Queen g3. Okay, I mean, this move makes obviously... Well, she has protected the c3 pawn, so that now after queen a1, bishop c1, there are no worries about it. Yeah. What is Bilal going to do here? It feels like we need to open up
the position. Is d4 a possibility?
Definitely a possibility. Definitely.
Because of course white doesn't want to take on d4, as after knight takes d4, everything starts to be hanging, no?
Yeah, exactly.
And if white plays c4 instead, then again the knight may jump somewhere. But at least there white might have some queen b3, so I'm not sure. Black has... Oh, and he just played it.
What did he do? He did play d4. Yeah, that's a nice spot. Yeah, I like d4. I think this move feels correct to me.
She has to play c4, I believe.
Ah, c4.
And then, okay, hope for some queen b3 at some point, maybe not immediately, maybe first f4, protect e5, and then queen b3. If white manages to trade off the queens, then the game might turn around.
Yeah, no, I mean, if the queens come off, I think white's laughing, because this queenside, this kingside pawn majority is going to be very, very dangerous indeed. St. Louis Chess Club in the chat. Let's go, Eric. Of course, Eric has also done tons of great work for the St. Louis Chess Club. Shout out to them. I believe even Eric's dad is in the chat. Can I get confirmation of that? I think I saw that somewhere, or maybe somebody's trolling, but I don't know. A lot of Eric supporters. We'll quickly go back to his position because it was very interesting against Nino. He's just played b4. And yeah, Nino in some kind of trouble here.
Wait.
No?
What? Knight d5 doesn't work here?
Knight f5?
Knight d5.
Knight d5. If I take?
Bishop takes?
Rook takes?
Again, I miss that it's the bishop on e1 and not the rook.
It's not a rook.
What? It is the third time already. Yeah?
Yeah. So,
okay,
yeah.
sorry for that.
No worries, no worries. Okay, so b4. Goodness.
Oh, and Eric is already up on the clock.
Yeah, he's up.
So
yeah, Nino's burnt a lot of time. She spent 32 minutes on her previous move because it was a very difficult position. And Nino not enjoying herself. You can see it in her face. She's having a hard time here. And it's not an easy position because no moves, again, come intuitively. Like, what are you supposed to do?
The pawn on c3 is hanging, so perhaps I should move again the knight, but bringing it again to f5 seems...
And if I just move somewhere, I don't know, rook d7?
Yeah.
Yeah, the disconnect along the back here is really, really serious, isn't it?
Well, at least now the pawn on c3 is protected, so... Oh, wait, can I play bishop a4?
Bishop a4. The answer is yes, you probably can. So I've got to be a little bit careful. She's probably going to go knight f5, isn't she?
Yeah, but then you can also consider rook f7. Why not?
Such a weird place for the rook, but it might be okay. She's about to move, so let's keep an eye on her. So...
Yeah, the problem is that white still doesn't have a way to connect the rooks, and then it means that the pawn on c3 will be forever weak.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like the ladies are in big trouble today. I don't see any game where white, because all ladies have white today. I don't see one game where white is better. And look, she has just played knight f5 as we thought.
Yeah, knight f5. That looked. I mean, you got to do something, and why not knight f5? And now, Eric does have a little issue here with this rook.
Yeah, trading pieces wouldn't be good for black, I believe, because white is struggling to find good squares for them. So that's why I don't like the idea of playing rook d7. But you know, on the other hand, after rook d7, bishop a4, I could go now rook f7.
Right, I was thinking that. But does it make is it better to have the bishop on a4?
Maybe it is, because it's no longer pressuring the d5 pawn.
Exactly.
Oh, but he has
goes
played
rook
rook
e8. Okay. So knight f5, rook e8.
What about bishop a4
Bishop
now?
a4 and rook e6.
Rook e6.
Yeah. With a similar idea to what you've been promoting here.
I don't see how white is gonna trap or try to trap black here. It seems like Eric is doing great today.
Oh, has Maria Muzichuk fallen for a tactic here, or what's going on? We last picked it up about around here, and in fact Maria did play the move that I was thinking, knight e5 castles and f3. So
I don't like the move castle.
yeah, it's weird, but Bobby played a3, and now she just took, which makes some sense. I mean, I guess she wanted to go b3 originally, but was annoyed at some combination of rook d2 and knight f4, I don't know. Or maybe rook d2 immediately, and if you come with the knight to go here and just claim that this trade is good for black, getting rid of these pawns. So she took, the knight came to f4, and now rook d1 just runs into knight e2 check. Isn't this really good for black? Because, well, obviously...
Now the pawn on c3 is hanging, right?
Right, so you've got to move the king, let's say king f2. You to play knight takes c3. And now actually I can see this is on the board.
No, knight d7. I was afraid that knight d7 might be an issue,
And
but
rook
it's not.
c1. Oh, I mean, you're so... it's very unlucky that this doesn't work for black.
But what do you do about the knight on c3? Where does it go?
Well, I mean, it has... Oops, sorry. Knight a4 is the absolute minimum.
But then I can play rook c4 and get back the c5 pawn.
Rook c4. But I give check.
Rook e2?
Rook e2. It's a clever move. Yeah?
The bishop on a8 is absolutely dead. That's the only issue.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that is a problem. Rook c1. Maybe Maria has just handled this well, and I've just optically it looked like she couldn't do this. Of course, if I was black here, if I could play f7, f5, even then I just take. It's not the end of the world.
Right. Yeah, it looks like... I believe I like Maria's position more.
Yeah?
I would take white here.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, you cannot take really the pawn on a2 because after rook c2 it's trapped. Knight b5. Knight b5, could it be the move?
Doesn't feel like it could be.
But then I have a4, and then when the knight goes away to the d4 or d6 square, we can then take on c5.
Yeah.
But maybe here you can have some f5 idea? Could it be?
Yeah, but we can just take. That's the point. It just doesn't do anything.
I see.
White's king is just very, very safe. Yeah, Maria, actually, this looks all right for Maria. The more I look at it, the more I don't mind it at all. Very, very quickly, want to point out that in Mamadzada's game we have this position. So a light squared bishop has left the board for another light squared bishop, but now it looks as though Leandro has got total domination. Bad bishop, bad knight, weak squares everywhere, weak pawns everywhere. If we look at these guys here, isn't this just a dream position for black? Rook e4 can come, you can double.
Yeah, it is indeed, and it looks like it's even difficult to find anything good in white's position. What is there good? Nothing is good.
No, everything is bad about white's position. Weaker king, weaker pieces, weaker prospects. And Gunay with about 5 minutes left as well. And I like the fact that Leandro is keeping the pressure on. 14 minutes, 14 moves, 5 minutes is tough. Could be seeing Gunai's first loss. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if we saw a loss there.
And we see in the chat that Eric is winning now. According
Let's
to
have a look.
Stockfish, it's -5, they say.
Wow. Okay, so there's been a blunder of sorts. So rook e8 happened.
A4 is the threat now, and the bishop on b3 is gone.
This is very nice, Eric Rosen. Very nice. Queen d7, hitting the knight. And if the knight moves back, you can play a4 and trap the bishop. And that is really all she wrote.
Oh, that's all over then.
Yeah, that is actually all over. There's also just no move here because you're hitting the knight and there's no decent knight move. And a4 just traps the bishop under any circumstance. And Nino, unfortunately for her, I think the realization has set in. And a really nice game by Eric Rosen. I mean, he played kind of. It was all a bit weird, but it kind of worked out for him. I mean,
right.
Nino, it was this move, Bishop E1, maybe that got her into trouble, and it was really around this moment, move 17, that Eric started to take control of the game, playing very nice knight E4. It was, as I say, around here where he didn't look back, and now Queen D7 is...
What a nice move.
...is just all she wrote. I mean, Nino won't... she won't drag this out unnecessarily because it's just too much. A piece is just... a piece with no real attack and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Yeah.
Let's try to find... a game where the ladies are doing fine. Please, I feel disappointed today.
Where the ladies are doing fine. Well, I have to say, I've got some bad news. I don't see any game where I like the ladies' position.
Only the Maria game, which we've just seen, where white was fine, but not more than that.
Let's look at Ephraim's game, maybe this one.
Oh, yeah, we haven't checked this one in a long time. Oh.
Well, I mean, this could be all right.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the pawn on a6 is hanging for now, so black will have to do something about it. Oh, yeah. The position has a very unusual character here.
Yeah.
I was still checking the video to see what Nino played. Yeah.
Yeah, she played Queen G4. It's quite interesting. So she played, just to go back there, she played Queen G4, which is a little trap because after A4 now you can take on A4. And you're distracting the queen away from G7. But Eric, being the trickster and swindler that he is, he will have seen that already.
There is a big problem with this move.
With Queen G4.
Bishop C8.
Bishop C8, exactly. That's the move that I was thinking. That's just actually...
And now Bishop A4 is probably the only chance to continue the game, because otherwise
but you
the piece is lost. And Bishop takes E8.
You continue, but even here I can throw in this intermediate move, possibly. But I think a normal person would just take. But actually, hold on, this is not a stupid move at all to threaten here.
Yeah, looking bad for white, but Nino is trying to find the last tricks here to confuse Eric. Let's see if he's gonna figure out a straightforward way to win.
Very quickly, people in the chat are asking why it's called a Scheveningen or however you want to call it tournament. Those are the special tournaments which are team tournaments, and yeah, when you all play one color, I think, at the same time. And you play everybody else from the opposing team.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say that when you it's an all-player versus all-player tournament. I believe that call is Scheveningen.
Yeah, especially in a team format.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Because you can get round robins, which are individuals, but this is 10 players on one team, 10 playing 10 players on another team.
Okay, let's get back to Marcel's game. Because I think we have looked at it the least today.
Yes. Okay.
What is going on here?
No idea.
It seems like white is doing fine. Bishop b7 was played. Yeah, it is this type of hedgehog somehow structures where black is looking for a breakthrough. So ideas like d5 should probably be in the air, but not here, because here you can just take, bishop takes d5, and all is fine. So black struggles a little bit to find the breakthrough, I believe, in this game.
Yeah, I'm not buying black's position. The only thing is these knights are a bit weird for white. I'm not... And she's on that note, she just moved one to a much better position on e3.
Yeah, the knight might go to c4, put some pressure on the d6 pawn. I don't really see a plan for black.
No.
That is the problem. Maybe, no, but that is very risky. I was thinking to try something like g6 and bishop g7, trying to put some pressure on c3, but then f5 might be coming.
Yeah, f5 might be coming, d6 as we go. Don't love that. It's very difficult to come up with a plan for black here. Very difficult.
What about some knight a7 and knight b5? But then I'm running into c4.
He went knight e7. He went knight e7.
So he wants to meet knight c4 with d5, probably.
Probably, yes.
Yeah, no, actually d5 might be a threat, because even if we sacrifice the pawn, we open up the position. The pawn on c3, by the way, is hanging now.
Yes. Yeah, I like that, actually.
Yeah, a nice move, a really nice move. Perhaps queen d2 should be played now to protect the pawn and...
And if I go d5 anyway?
Yeah, that's a good question.
So takes...
But then the d7 knight will be hanging in the end, I believe.
Yeah, but I was thinking
that
there's some rook e2 check. Things can get very out of hand. King h1. And in the worst case, you can just go knight f6 here with black. And this position probably is not worse for black. Queen f3, rook c8.
Yeah, it suddenly looks good for black.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful with white.
Indeed, I really love this knight e7 move Julian has made. And, oh, wow, look at Marcel.
Marcel up in her chair.
Yeah.
Getting nice and comfy.
The tension is there.
A lot of tension.
Yeah, it might be one of the only boards where the ladies still got chances, no? Because otherwise it looks like it's somehow one-sided today.
Yeah, it is one-sided. Let's go back to Shansai. This is a fascinating position.
Wow, rook h3.
But that move is not a move that fills me with confidence. Why can't I just take?
Very good question. Oh my, it looks like Shansaya is in huge trouble here. But look, she's not at the board.
Yeah,
she's saying, okay, it is your job to find now the best way. Meanwhile, I will have a tea, wait for your clock to tick down, and who knows, maybe she will still get a chance.
But what's the idea if I take? She wants to go queen a3 or something.
Yeah, I think so.
But if I take c3?
Bishop f4, I suppose. We need to protect probably that
Knight
pawn.
d5?
Bishop g3.
Yeah, but feels like
at least the pawns are not moving for now, you know.
Feels like it's getting out of control.
Yeah, I don't love this position, of course, but let's imagine I play knight d3. It's my move, and I play knight d3 here. Then if you go for c4, I can go knight c5. Maybe I can still hope for some chances here.
Yeah, it's still not completely clear. She spent 24 minutes on rook h3, apparently, which is shocking to me. I didn't think she had so much time on her clock, so That's slightly strange, but
And look,
what he
Bilal
did
has
take,
played.
so let's see her idea.
No, definitely queen
And
a3
it is queen
coming.
a3, yeah.
But then you might play queen b5.
Oh, yeah. That's also possible. That's a really nice move, actually. Queen b5, rook b3. Sorry.
Oh, wow. Ah.
You still
Yeah.
are alive, but knight b4, now I can start taking on a7.
Yeah, very, very nice trick. Okay, so that means that black has to trade queens here, right?
Probably has to trade queens, yeah.
But I'm not loving it. I believe that black should have tried to figure out a way to keep the queens on the board. Because look at white's king. It's definitely a relief to have them traded. Yeah, I believe that Bilal might have some problems here trying to convert his advantage. And
He does take,
yeah.
so takes, and I guess, well, maybe not c3. Hold on, e5 is hanging as well, excuse me. E5, rook a7. Yeah, but even this, like knight e5, rook a7, knight c6.
No, there's a big problem with... wait, instead of rook a7, we have f4.
What's this? Knight takes g4.
Bishop c4.
Really?
Can't I do that?
No.
You just play knight d5?
You can do it, but I mean knight d5 or something.
No, rook takes a7.
Okay, no harm at all. Bishop takes h5.
My pawn there was hanging. Rook h7.
Knight f6 check.
Oops.
And if you go rook a8, I can just go king b7, rook g8, and knight f6. Also winning.
Is it?
Probably.
Bishop e2?
Take.
King takes. Yeah, 2 pawns up. It's more than enough.
Yeah.
Right, so perhaps black has to take, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I think he can just take on e5, probably. Takes, and knight c6, rook h7, knight g4 like this.
Yeah, maybe this one is a better version because we've got the h7 pawn without losing h5, no?
Yeah, but some part of me also says that he might not do this. Some part of me says he might just play the solid way, but I think whatever way he plays, Jansai is in some trouble.
Definitely. Let's check Irina's game. We haven't seen it in a while, and it was very interesting because Hussein played this rook b8. But wait, now the rook is back on the f file already. What is going on here?
Irina hasn't made much progress, that's for sure. She's kind of standing still and
waiting for black to show where does he want to break through, right?
Exactly.
And how do we continue with black here? It looks like white has enough not to be worried. Well, taking on d5, of course, shouldn't be an option because then after c takes d5, there will be c5, and suddenly black will be able to move his pawns. So white doesn't have to touch the c pawn. Rook d7 played. So the threat is to go c5. And then d4. Oh, but wait, then the bishop will be stuck on b4.
No, it's okay.
It's okay?
Yeah, it's okay there. It aids the pawn, and it's not stuck forever. It can always come
All
back.
right. So what should Irina do?
Not clear.
I would love to trade the bishops, but I don't see a good way for doing that. Yeah, c5 is definitely a big threat. Maybe, oh, I have an idea. Maybe rook d1. And after c5, I want to take on d5 with the pawn. And take on a6. How is this one?
Probably, yeah, probably decent-ish for white, I guess. Even here, like
d5.
rook d5, it's a weird position, but...
yeah, I would love to play something Yeah, like rook f1, but I don't have time because your deep pawn is running. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. What else?
Tricky. Don't know. Tricky position.
Oof, I feel like crying today.
Why is that?
I was cheering so up for the ladies team. I was so happy how things were going on every day. I mean, every day. 2 days in a row, the ladies won with +3. And today, suddenly, it feels like they are just collapsing. I don't know. There is only one sort of decent position we see for the ladies. And it is in the game of Maria versus Bobby, right?
Yes. But there might be another one. I mean, Jovanka Huska. Oh, no, we looked at that one. There's a game that I'm... Oh, no, maybe it is this one here.
Well, here the only hope is for Sabino to go very low on time, I believe.
I think Jovanka is Jovanka low on time?
We don't see it, but I see 2 figures there on her clock, and I think I see only one on Sabino's.
Okay, so bishop f1. So what's going on here?
Very good question. Oh, black should be really careful about the 8th rank, because let's just imagine some knight g4, knight takes g4 would be just mate after rook e8, king h7, and then knight somewhere.
Right.
Or,
so the back rank is a little bit weak for black.
Yeah.
But
Sabino has played something. Oh, 94.
Knight e4. Now we're getting a really spicy position.
Okay, I'm secretly hoping that that he will blunder something here. Is it really bad for me to say that?
No, it's okay. I mean, you're supporting the girls. I completely understand. But knight e4, I think he's kind of in focus today. And I feel like this is actually a very difficult position for Jovanka. Can we see how much time Jovanka has?
No, but this 8th rank is definitely an issue.
Yes.
Maybe she can find a way to exploit that. Well, now probably knight d2.
Oh, she's got 10 minutes.
Yeah.
He's only got 2 minutes, so...
For 14 moves.
Yeah, that's not a lot of time.
Indeed.
What did you say?
Yes, knight c4.
Look at this, trickster central. Hitting the queen. And obviously, if you take, I take here, and suddenly black's position falls apart.
Yeah, back rank issues. Perhaps...
So you have to go with the queen. But wait, is my... So maybe queen b4? Why not queen b4?
Then the rook on c3 looks a bit trapped, no?
Well, I am attacking your... I mean, maybe not attack, but just to illustrate, like, you can also run into tactics.
Right. So after queen b4, what could I play?
Can you think about rook takes e4 here?
Let's say d takes. And now queen takes e4, or what was the idea?
What? No, I'm thinking for white. Rook takes e4, d takes e4, queen takes e4. I hit the knight. And I've got knight e7 check, winning the bishop.
Bishop takes f5.
Okay, bishop takes f5. Let's say I play...
You must take on f5, I believe. No?
I'm not completely... But let's say I play queen takes f5.
And now I've got rook c1.
What?
Queen
really?
f...
Queen f4,
no,
I've got knight
no,
e3.
you can just return with the knight. Yeah, not
That's
good.
winning.
Okay, so what else? Bishop f5, queen f5. Okay, let's just go back with the knight somewhere. The question is where? This runs into d5, I guess?
That's the point, yeah.
So knight g6, let's say.
Okay, and if I just start running, d5.
Okay, I have to put rook on c1. Yeah, rook d1 now maybe? d7.
d7 feels wrong here. But you're right, I could give a check.
And then d7.
Queen e7.
Oh, no, this doesn't work.
No,
I win the pawn. But wait, there were moves already played in the position?
Yeah, there were loads of moves. Let's just go there. So, what? Whoa! What happened? He played rook takes c4. What's this?
Well, he wants to take the knight on f5.
Ah, he gets 2 pieces, of course.
Yeah.
This is the solution. Bishop takes f5.
Oh,
and
it seems like it was just a blunder by white.
I'm not sure.
The pawn on f2 is hanging.
After queen takes a2.
How do we deal with that?
Oh, yeah, there's actually no way to stop this move. Oh, yeah, queen takes a2 is just really the end of the game, isn't it?
And I was so happy about this knight c4 resource, but apparently we've just missed this idea.
Yeah, and queen takes a2 on the board, and Jovanka suddenly actually totally lost.
Oh, no.
Jovanka totally lost all of a sudden. Incredible.
Yeah.
Wow, that went bad real quick for Jovanka.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just nothing to do. Queen takes f2 is just effectively a mating threat. This is just one check down the back. Queen e8, king h7 is just one check. If you take here, I take check. King h2. Well, just any move. Yeah, any move is...
Queen g3 is good enough.
Queen g3, knight h3, knight f2.
Knight f2 mate.
All kinds of checkmates. The piece is swarming. You don't even have to calculate. Yeah, queen takes a2 just might be the end, actually. So it looks as though Jovanka is going down.
But that means that the ladies are in even bigger trouble.
Yeah, you could lose by 4 today.
Yeah.
You could lose by 4 today. Let's have a look at...
I must say, the situation is completely unexpected because, well, women had all whites today. I thought they will put some pressure on the men's team, but apparently we've got over-optimistic. And by we, I mean
the women.
We ladies.
Do you often get over-optimistic?
Yes, this is one of my problems.
You personally, you get very optimistic?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Even during my games, you know, sometimes I overestimate my positions. I get carried away and then miss something.
You're not the only one.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, this game on the board, Jovanka is in big trouble. Let's go to back to the Mahmudzada game, because it looked as though she was suffering forever. And I mean, what is this? Leandro is just playing a kind of masterpiece game. He's won the pawn on a4. He protects the pawn on c6. So he's now...
Is he a pawn up?
No. No, material is equal.
No, he is a pawn up. But it's doubled. No? The f pawn. Do I see it wrong?
Oh, 2, 4... Sorry, you're right. He is a pawn up. You're right. Sorry. Yeah, he's a pawn up with all the squares, and this is a really horrible position for Gunay.
And do you know how they say that he's got a pawn up and as compensation a better position?
Yeah, exactly.
I believe, unfortunately, that's the situation in this game.
Yeah, that's probably going to be losing for Gunay. She's probably going to lose. Jovanka is almost certainly going to lose. Let's go to Pierre Kramling, because things got very hot there and spicy. G3. I mean, Pierre also suddenly looks as though Ravi... I say it looks as though Ravi is doing well, but it's not completely clear.
Yeah, it is.
And C5. Ravi Haria going for gold. C5. What is this?
Well, what is his plan after b takes c5? Let's check it out.
So takes.
D takes?
I guess if you take... Does he want to go d4? Possibly. And open up this diagonal for the bishop? Looks very dangerous.
Yeah, there might be the case that even bishop e3 might be a threat at some point.
Yeah, because you can't take here, because I take, and take.
Yeah, and Pia just took b takes c5, so we might actually see this line.
Let's have a look.
On the board.
Oh, Ravi might be playing a great game as well. So bc5. I'm assuming he's going to take back.
But wait, after black's b takes c5, I'm not forced to take that pawn. I can play something like king h1, for example.
Here?
Yeah. Trying to win the f4 bishop.
But you never win it, right? I can always park it on c1. So I take and I play bishop c1.
And here, again, I cannot take because of d4. Yeah, that is very unpleasant. Yeah. What about f4 here?
Oof. Oh, no fear.
Oh, what to do?
No fear. Might be good. I mean, in the worst case, I can give check.
King.
Ah, you want to move the king.
King
okay.
g2.
King g2.
Something else was played?
No, that was in the other game. King g2. And now if I... Worst case also... Okay,
you want to take on d4, right?
I think so. Let's say I take. Let's say you
Queen
take.
takes.
Okay, and now... I've always got this as a backup. What about a move like...
bishop c8.
Oh, bishop c8. That might be a great move.
And then maybe some... even though I'm not sure. Yeah, but then bishop h3, queen d1.
Yeah.
All right, let's leave it to the players to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
And let's check how Eric's doing. Did he manage to win that piece there?
Well, he's got an extra queen. So hold on. He's got a queen for... What's it? Queen to... He's got a queen... Oh. It's a weird one. He's got a queen, 2 rooks and a knight against 2 rooks, a knight. He's got queen for 2 bishops. Yeah. Which should be enough.
Yeah, but it might be tricky to convert. I remember one game of mine versus Alina Kashlinskaya when it looked like I was totally winning, and then suddenly this sacrifice followed. And then I had a clean queen versus 2 bishops and only pawns left on the board. But she had a passed pawn, and I just didn't find anything better than a perpetual. So, of course, it is not the case here because there are no passed pawns, but nonetheless, he should be careful. Yeah, but here rook e2 is coming.
Yeah, I don't think it's one of those cases where he needs to be too careful here. I mean, he's got a lot of ideas.
Even though rook e2, I can just take, he takes b4. He took on c3.
Yeah, you take on c3, that's completely fine. Let's say bishop takes c3. And as you say, rook e2 here makes sense. Knight g6 makes sense.
But the pawn on d5 is hanging, or you don't mind that?
No, I don't mind. I take on f4 and I start creating serious threats.
F3. Queen g6, yeah.
I don't mind. Oh, and we have a result here, and
it's a draw.
It's a draw. So it was between Irene and Aziz. I think that's a pretty decent result for Irene. Yeah, they managed to find a way where they couldn't make progress, either of them. So
yeah, exactly. And Nino just took on c3 with the rook. Rook takes c3. Yeah, it looks like the ladies are having a nightmare day.
Yeah, I guess just knight g6 is the move most players play here. Rook e2 runs into rook g3. You could take this rook bishop, by the way. This is probably a good move. Probably. And take here and then take here.
But why?
But, well, because you just take some pieces of... But you're right, why? Why would I do this? It's probably still winning, but not necessary.
Yeah, I actually liked your knight g6 move better because you threaten knight f4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's probably going to do it. Knight e6.
Knight e6.
Similar idea.
Maybe even better because it also attacks on d4.
Exactly.
Yeah, it looks like Eric's got things under control here. Let's check Maria's game because it was one of the only ones where we felt White was doing... Oh, but it is just a draw.
Probably should just be a draw here. I mean, it's very difficult to win this position with White, and it's,
Yeah, the extra pawn counts for nothing because it's doubled. You cannot really use it in any way. The only idea to try and make advantage out of it is to somehow bring the rook to the b file, play a4, a5, and rook b6.
Yeah.
But there is... I don't believe that is gonna happen.
No. No, I have faith that Bobby Cheng is going to hold this position through just being a decent player. So I think, we can go to another game. Let's go back to Jansaya.
I was going to suggest the same thing.
Wow, look at this position. What an absolute mess of a position, but it looks bad for Jansaya. I mean, she's got these passed pawns, though. It's a weird... Why can't she take here? That's a question. Knight...
Are we not seeing something? Maybe knight c...
Knight c7.
Bishop h3,
Bishop h3. Maybe here just some bishop e4.
Ah, right. But I have knight e1. I'm still...
Yeah, you're fighting.
Or trying to...
Or trying to win. I don't know. I have no idea whether they think they're better. Well, it's one of those positions where you... she's played g6. Where after the game you ask yourself, was I better? Am I winning? Am I playing for a draw? What is going on here?
Well, at least she has a direct idea here. She wants to take on e6, play g7, and then queen, you know.
And if I go here, she might have knight h4. Just preparing bishop takes e6.
But, well, even knight c7 is all right here, if I don't find anything better.
Yeah.
No? Still, that rook on a3. Do you remember that yesterday it was actually Jansaya who trapped her opponent's rook on a2?
Yes, and now she's got her rook trapped on a3.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
And did something happen? No.
No. Well, h takes g6, h takes g6 has happened. So we've got this position on the board.
And Bilal has to make only 2 moves to reach the time control and get the extra 30 minutes.
Knight.
What? Knight e7.
e7. Okay, might be a good move because you're attacking the knight. If g7, I go rook g8.
Yeah, basically White is playing with the rook down here. It cannot be good, right?
Right.
Probably Black is totally winning.
Yeah, with this rook locked out, it's actually a rook down. You're right.
Yeah.
It has to be bad for Jansaya.
And the bishop on c1 is also not doing too much honor to White's position. And we have a result. Oh, Jovanka just resigned.
Yeah. Yep, no surprise. Jovanka losing.
The position looked so solid, and then she really went on to take some risks. She thought that Sabino being down on his clock gives her some chances, but he handled very well his nerves today.
Yeah.
And here it is, the first point for the men's team today, and it was brought by none other than the team's captain.
Exactly. Okay, knight h4 now by Jansaya, but she played that in a way that looked like a kind of defeated Jansaya. And I wonder if you can just go rook h8 now as black, because g7.
Rook h8.
Yeah, because g7 you can just take.
Yeah, probably. Probably rook h8 is just winning on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He played it.
Oh.
Yeah, Jansai, I don't think she's going to make the time control here, actually. It's just game. The rook and the bishop have just been locked out.
Very nice preparation by Bilal, I must say. This knight c6 was quite interesting, and it seems that it has thrown off Jansai off her preparation, and she didn't handle well the position.
She played knight f3. So now you can do lots of things here as black. You can give check on h1, for
I
example.
would go for the check.
And if knight e1, you've got lots of moves. You can just take. This is probably also winning, but you don't need. You really don't need to do that. That's really not clever. You just take the pawn here.
Yeah, first take on g6.
And if bishop takes e6,
bishop f3.
Bishop f3 is mate. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's over. Rook h1 is really elementary stuff, and the other point is, of course, the king can't move because you just lose the bishop. So Bilal will play rook h1. It's just tactics 101. He's got...
You know, from one point, I'm really a bit sad about how the match went on. But from another point of view, I believe that this will give this whole match and the battle some extra tension. Now that the man will probably win today's round, that will mean that the ladies will have to somehow focus and try to find their best form again. And look at that, we have another result. Marcel finished her game against Gillian, and it was a draw.
Yeah, it was a draw.
Yeah, so it looks like all the games where I thought the ladies have some chances are ending in a draw. And it seems that no one will be able to win from the ladies team.
Yeah, I don't think today we get a win anywhere. I think, well, just quickly, Gunay Mamadzada, queen d3, played. She's holding on at least. Queen d3.
Oh, look at that, knight c3 is on the board.
Oh, but bishop takes, pawn takes, pawn takes. Yeah, this is crushing. Well, yeah, because queen takes. Now you have bishop takes d4. Very nice.
And she's down to 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's a lovely tactic. No, that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's resigns. 6 seconds. She just has to try something.
Yeah, what a tough day for the ladies. She took on c3.
Yeah, bishop takes c3.
With just 2 seconds on the clock.
B takes c3. d4 falls, and yeah, and if you go b3, you can just take with the rook as well. It's just immediately over. Really nice game by Carissa, though. Classic.
I am sad.
Don't be sad. There's plenty more games to go.
Yeah, but it was so nice. It felt so good that the women were winning round after round, and now suddenly they are going down. And with such a big score, I'm not sure. Is it -5 we're gonna see? 1, 2, 3. Okay, -4 definitely for now, and 2 more games still unclear. I mean...
Yeah, so Sabino won. Ravi Aharia is... Oof, that's a really tricky endgame. That's one that's going to be there. We're going to be seeing that one for a while, I think.
But I think it is an improvement.
Oh, maybe it's a draw. Or yeah. Or are they talking about getting to move 40?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I think Ravi is not sure if he's reached move 40.
Oh, yeah, bishop c3, d4, bishop b4 is definitely move 40. So we have move 40 here, and now they're playing. I mean, this is, again, one where Pia's got 0 winning chances, because even without this d-pawn, the 3 versus 2, even with the 3 minor pieces, you feel that black...
But you have to be a bit careful about the knight on b3, though.
No. Bishop d5. No.
Right, but if I play bishop c4...
Okay.
But even there, you can go knight a1. It looks strange, but it's still fine.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't believe that Ravi is worse. So they've reached move 40. Leandro, well, c takes b2 on the board now. and Gunay has resigned. So unlucky for Gunay, but big result for Leandro. Krisa, Nino is what's going on in Nino's game? H3, Rook A8, and Nino still totally losing. Eric fully dominating here. Nino with 14 seconds left. She plays Rook A8, Bishop B5, but hopeless position. Rook takes A2 is good.
Yeah, it looks really, really lost.
It's just a queen for 2 bishops. It's just not really too much to do. He's going to take on A2. It's just not even a subject, and I don't expect Nino to survive the knight before. But this is okay. The rook is protected, so you can still just do anything you want here. Rook B2, for example.
Bishop takes E8.
Queen takes. Still completely winning, probably.
At least knight D3.
Yeah, but whatever.
Yeah, of course, black is winning here, but at least the material difference is not...
yeah, the material difference, I'm certainly not playing it that well. It feels like Eric should win here, regardless.
Yeah, right.
Feels like Eric should win. All right, so Eric, I think, still in control. So Leandro has won. Bilal is completely winning. Oh, he played rook takes F2. Oh, what is that? Hold on a second. Rook takes A2, knight before rook takes F2. Also a very...
it's actually a very clever way, because now if white recaptures back, rook b8 will happen with a very nasty attack.
Yeah, that's true. That's very clever, actually. Well done, Eric. Yep. That's clever.
Very good one, and I expect Nino will resign soon, either on this move or on the next one.
Yeah, that's not survivable. Bilal, they did reach move 40 here. Rook G1 is on the board. It's just completely over for
I think
Jansaya.
Yeah, she
just
resigned.
So that's another one bites the dust. They're dropping like flies. Bobby Cheng is going to hold this ending as well. Maria's put the king on G4, but just, yeah, E5 runs into F5 check, so you can't do anything. So it's going to be a draw. And that will leave the game Pierre Kremling against Ravi Haria. That one we might be seeing for another hour or so. So that one is going to happen. I think this is a good moment for us to take a quick break. And after the break, we are going to have another competitor in the hot seat. And I think Irina will have a chat with her. A disappointing day for the ladies so far. I thought today was going to be, they've all got white, they're all playing well. It's gone completely against what I thought would happen. They are suffering a huge setback today. Are the boys going to get back 5 points and make it nearly a level score?
It might be the case, unfortunately.
Could be the case. We'll see after the break. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome everyone. We are back with the captain of the men's team, Grandmaster Sabino Brunello, who just scored the first victory today over Jovanka Huska. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good to be here.
How was your game today?
It was very unclear. I think we maneuvered around for a very long time. I thought the position was more or less balanced, I guess.
Which is the moment you felt was the first critical one?
Okay, we are just developing our pieces. So basically move 10 when she played bishop d3. Now
all right.
The position is a bit more defined. She was blitzing, so probably she was still sort of in preparation. I don't find that this is especially challenging. It's just more or less equal, I guess. I came up with this plan, queen e7, bishop a3. I don't know.
We had a question here. After rook e1, bishop takes, take. Rook c1, rook d8. Queen c2, h6. C takes, e takes. What if white would have played e4? Was it a good move?
Yes, it's a very logical move.
What did you have in mind?
It's a hard
here?
question. I'm not sure how to play exactly. Okay, I guess taking on e4 might be logical.
Knight takes.
Yeah. And here maybe c5. I mean, I would have to go back and calculate again. I just assess the position as playable and rather interesting. I have c5 immediately. I have knight d5 as options. I have obviously a passive rook e8 if things go poorly for me. I mean, I kind of wanted her to open up the position so we would have a more unbalanced structure. And actually, I was not expecting her to play e4 really, because even though it's a critical move, I felt like she doesn't want to
open up the position so quickly, no?
Yeah, she wanted to keep solid, I think, in this phase of the game, and that's why she took on d5 as well. She has many options, and it's very hard to say. They're all very important, interesting. Knight h4 is very complex. It makes a lot of sense.
Right, and you played rook f to e8.
Yeah.
And here we were a bit puzzled by the move knight to e2. We were trying to make e4 work, but as you said...
I don't think she wanted to create weaknesses, quite simply. So, yeah, knight e2 is actually a good move as far as I understand.
Yeah, and here you played knight f8, right?
Knight f8, yes. And here came h3.
h3.
Yeah, maybe I was also a bit low on time, so she wanted to keep everything, you know, as undefined as possible, so I would spend more time on my clock.
Right, knight a6 now, knight f3 back, and now c5.
Yes, I thought it's a good time to try and play for some initiative. It's probably just equalizing.
So where did you think that things went wrong for white?
I don't think they've gone wrong for white right now. She has a completely fine position as far as I
Knight g3, rook c8.
Yeah. The point is the bishop on d3 is a bit stronger than the bishop on b7. And it's practically a bit tricky. It's a bit of an unusual position. So queen b1 was a good move again.
C takes d4,
C takes d4.
no?
Yes, I didn't have much of an alternative. I was actually a bit worried that she might try and take with the knight on d4, which is a very solid option. Just trading more material, which makes it harder for me to play for a win. It's not really an attempt to achieve much for white, I guess, but I think the position should be like a plus over equal, maybe.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So rook takes c8 happened, rook takes c8,
yes,
e takes d4.
And actually I was very happy with this knight f4. This is what I was looking for. So this is now sharp. I don't think black is better, but at least there's a lot of play. I have the c file, I have some tactical tricks maybe. It's a very dangerous position. If white gets, let's say, a knight on e5, she might consider sacrificing on f7 in some lines, some bishop g6 kind of tactics. Knight f5 is entering. So it's a very double-edged position, where as white one can also imagine winning the game in a few moves.
So knight f5 was played.
Yes.
Rook c3.
Yes, which I felt was a very nice initiative move.
Here I was worried that you might get in trouble on the last rank, but apparently you had things under control, right?
Oh, you never know, but in control is a bit too much. I've been blundering a lot recently, so as recently as yesterday, so you can never be sure, but I thought that my activity on the third rank and on the c file was much more important. Of course, I can have a move like rook c7, which is also decent, or but I felt, okay, I should activate my rook.
And okay, here shortly after knight e5, bishop c8.
Yes, this was a very tough decision. I have so many options. It feels like I might have some temporary initiative, but I didn't manage to work it out. And I will be very curious of what the engine claims here.
We have only our own brain's perspective here, and we thought that black is doing fine. Like I said, the only thing we worried was last rank, but that knight from f6 control it very well.
Here, if you imagine a knight jumping on e4, it's really unusual. We both have like perfect knights in the center. I mean,
right. That would be...
Yes, I mean, normally knight on f4 is fantastic, and so is a knight on f5. I mean, all of them are exactly where they dream of. And, well, still one of us should have an advantage, or maybe it's equal, and we can't both be better.
Right. But instead you chose the safer option, right? Bishop c8?
Yeah, I thought this was very tricky, actually. On knight e3, I was intending to play bishop e6.
Somehow covering the e file?
Yeah, and my point is the most natural move is bishop f5. This is what she was looking for. And I was really hoping she would fall for knight e2 now.
Knight e2?
Yeah, it's a bit of a funny move. But it works tactically because of the first rank.
Yeah, after rook e2, you have rook c1 winning the queen.
Right.
And let's say if she goes king h2?
I can now take on d4.
Knight takes d4. Wow.
I have stability. I have everything now.
Yeah, this was a nice trap.
Yes, I thought so. But of course, she doesn't need to play like this.
Yeah, she played bishop f1. And now after knight e4...
I actually thought bishop f1 was a mistake because it's a passive move. And knight e4 I thought was... Well, very pleasant.
It is very logical. And then when we saw knight c4, I got so excited here. I thought that, well, maybe it's that tactics which works, especially with you low in time.
She has a fantastic point, because queen f8 seems to be winning on the spot.
And what is wrong with it?
It's knight d6.
Knight d6?
Yes, I'm not sure which of the two. Maybe both are fine.
Knight
I would
d6.
say the other one, sorry.
The other one. All right, let's try knight f to d6.
And I think I'm losing control in the center. I might be totally wrong, but I think this is what she was looking for. White is not necessarily better. I mean, I can take a plain knight, bishop e6 or bishop d7.
The point being that if queen d6, then rook e8 mate.
Yes.
That is the problem. So you are saying bishop d7 here.
Yeah, it's probably still okay, but
yeah. All right. Let's move back to
I guess
what
this is what she was
game.
looking for.
But rook c4 seems to be winning, right?
Yeah, I think knight c4 was just a blunder on her part.
Here b takes c4 followed.
Yeah. Yes, maybe taking on h6, as I see you wrote down during your live commentary, looks like
Would
a
be
better
a slightly
try.
better option.
Still not a good idea to give up material.
Take, and you still have the two pieces for the rook, right?
Right. Yeah, I think it's good enough in any case. I mean, bishop f5, and I wasn't very concerned here. It was quite obviously a blunder.
Okay, so here after b takes, you took on f5.
Yeah, and now she blundered again.
Queen b5, yeah.
Yeah.
And after queen a2, there is no good way of protecting f2. She had to give up some more material. Rook takes c4, bishop takes, and it was only a matter of time when she resigned in a few moves.
Yes.
So congratulations for your first win. And what do you think of your team's performance today?
Yeah, it's a very nice surprise, of course. We would not imagine winning 4-0 today, which seems to be the score. Well, some games are still in progress, so who knows? But it's a fantastic day, and of course we needed a win for the mood, you know, and for the scoring the timetable on the
Did you have any special meeting discussing the team strategy? How did you cheer up the guys after?
No, I didn't do anything. Actually, it's
okay.
I'm only responsible for my game, really, and everyone else did amazing. I especially love this Caro-Kann game by Leandro.
Leandro, yeah, he won
played
in
a
very good
fantastic
style.
game. Yes, very impressive.
All right, so now you are back in the game, and what do you think about tomorrow?
Well, I think we have the white pieces, and we are much more happy, and we see life, you know, in a happier way. So, yes, we were of course very upset. I mean, we didn't feel we deserved to win that, to lose that many games in the previous rounds, and we clearly felt we can do better. And happy today we managed to, indeed prove that we can play some good games and at least put up a fight. And
very well. Congratulations on the nice win. Also, I hope that we will see more interesting games in the upcoming days. And we will leave now Sabino to have a rest. And let's check the remaining games.
Yeah, thank you.
Back.
We're live. Just like that.
Yeah.
We didn't know. We're here. We're live. This is the finale of today's round 3 of Battle of the Sexes.
Yeah.
It's not the finale of the tournament because there are loads more games, but it's finale of today, and it's been a rout. The women who got off to an amazing start, crushing round 1, crushing round 2, have been blown out the water today, making it a very, very exciting match once again. So far, the men are up 4 games with 2 games to go. And we can see there some of the results on the screen. Eric Rosen winning a nice game against Nino. Sabino, as you've just seen, winning a nice game. Leandro, Chris are probably with game of the day, in my opinion. Just a gorgeous, a model game. A model game in how to play this Bronstein Caro-Kann. And Bilal also just being more tactical than Jansaya, who lost her way. And with 2 games to go, it's not the end of the bloodbath, potentially, because in the game between Pia Kramling and Ravi Harrier, I was in the lobby just now when you were, or the players' resting section or snack section, and I was talking with Nino, who was very upset, and I said, does Ravi Harrier have any chances here? And she said no.
Do you disagree with that?
Maybe I don't disagree. I mean, Should be a draw, shouldn't
Yeah,
it?
should be, because there are only 3 pawns left on the board for each side, and I don't imagine it going wrong, right?
Ravi has just played the move knight e3. Is that that's a tacit draw for. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe so. Now after knight takes e3, d takes e3, bishop takes e3.
And it is a draw, and Ravi actually offered a draw already. Okay, that answers that question. That's not going to be a win. So that's a draw, and actually that means we're probably going to wrap up very quickly on the assumption. Well, I mean, Maria Muzichuk for some reason is she risking anything here after rook a5? Because I don't get it really. If I take on e4, you take on a6.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Rook takes. Sorry. Oh, hold on.
A little glitch.
A little glitch. 1 second. Oh.
Well,
that's annoying.
Actually, yeah, we see that Maria is looking
the
other way. Probably she realizes now that it's gonna be a draw. Yeah, it seems like she doesn't see chances here for her to go on.
She doesn't look that excited about this position, does she? Let's be honest. I mean, and also he only has 1 move, right? Which is to take this pawn on e4, I thought.
Isn't there also some rook d6? No, he's going to
take. She's going to take, I assume. Or maybe she'll throw in king f3, actually. That might be all right. Yeah, she actually throws in king f3. I think this move is fine, and he has to move the rook somewhere now, and then she's going to take on a6. Yeah, I mean, this just has got, this should be a draw. It's 2 versus 1 on one side with the a-pawns. No, this just has to be a draw. There's just too little.
Yeah, there is not much to hope for here, because now Black will also have a passed pawn eventually, and it will probably end up pretty soon in a draw, I believe. King f3. Okay, now something like, do we play f5 or should we go rook c4? I think
he went f5, which is fine.
Yeah, there is no way here for White to win this game, I believe.
Yeah,
now rook takes a6 should be played, I believe.
Yeah, so rook takes a6, so f5, let's have a look. Rook takes a6, and here, again, if Black just wants to make a draw, you can take. If Black is being super optimistic, can you play g4 check and try and fix this pawn? But
you're not going to get it, king f2, so there is no reason, I believe, to do that, no?
No, I don't think there's any reason. I think you just take the pawn, take. You can play any move here. Rook, king f6.
Or king f7, even with the idea to play e5 at some point and just trade pawns. And then if White, it doesn't matter actually how many pawns you put on the a file.
Yeah.
Even if you have 7 pawns, rook against rook, it's just a draw.
Exactly. Yeah, this should be a relatively straightforward draw now, I think. I don't think either player are very enthusiastic about continuing here.
Right. Yeah, what a bad day for the ladies, and what a day for the men's team. I didn't believe that will happen. You know?
I mean, honestly, if you would have said before today that the ladies would lose 4-0 all with White, I would say you are crazy. But no, it was just nothing worked for them today. None of the games.
Yeah.
There wasn't even a game which at some moment looked very promising. They were just in pretty bad positions. I mean, Irene maybe slightly, Marcel maybe. Okay, she plays f takes g5. This is a...
But it's also a draw. King takes g5, rook a6.
Yeah, it should be a draw. It's a weird decision to go for this, though. Like, if I go e5 here...
Rook a8.
Yeah, rook a8, rook c4.
And checks.
You just check. Sure, no, I believe this is... Yeah, this just has... Oh, yeah, this is...
This is probably how the game will end, I believe.
Well, But I understand it's a draw, but I don't understand the
Why?
why. Yeah, why she takes here. Wasn't there something more simple? I mean, okay, it's probably is a draw, but you do give black a pass pawn.
I think it's a draw anyway. She really looks a little bit.
She looks bored.
Yes.
But she shouldn't be bored because there's still stuff to calculate here. Rook a6. Can you go?
Okay, worst case scenario, after e5, I can just play rook a5. And there is no way you make progress here.
Yeah, that's a good move. I like that. That's a really nice move. Because rook e1, I go king f2.
King f2, right.
Right, and here I come back, and it's just Zugzwang. Sorry, not Zugzwang, it's just, well, some kind of mutual Zugzwang.
Right.
Because, by the way, you can't allow, you can't play a4 because now king g4, and you start to risk again. Actually,
it's still a draw.
Even here, like rook a8, it's probably still a draw.
Yeah,
rook
because you start the checks from behind.
Exactly.
And the king has no good way of making it anywhere safe.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think there will be a draw agreement shortly.
Rook a6.
I see that the chat really wants
he played king
Eric
f6.
for an interview.
Oh, Eric for an interview, huh? Yeah, I don't know if Eric is still here. If he is, we'll get him in here. Nope, he's gone. I think most people have gone already.
To celebrate this first sweet victory?
Yeah, to celebrate champagne, a lot.
Maybe some English cider.
Possibly also, yeah. Okay, king f6. So this game it's still in play, isn't it? I mean, yeah, but...
Yeah, he played king f6. It's strange, because if you want to make a draw straight away, you just play e5, no?
Yeah, maybe... Can he be optimistic at all?
I don't think so. Even if we take off the a pawns, it is still a draw, a theoretical draw. Of course, there might be some challenges, but on this level, on the GM level, it is a pretty easy draw. So with 2 pawns on the a file, black cannot really hope to win this game. If we count material, black is after all a pawn up. A pawn down. So yeah, it should be a draw. Maybe they are already thinking what to order for dinner. What do you think?
I don't know about that. I mean, there's Nuno's below the hotel. They do a lot of good Italian. There's the main restaurant in the hotel. But I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of surprised with how Maria has played this. Like, I felt like she could have made a draw a lot earlier. But, okay, let's just say she plays a move like, I don't know, rook b6.
But why rook b6 then? You want...
I just want to play like rook c4, rook b3 or something. But even this is a bit passive, isn't it? I'm losing a pawn here.
Right, but here e5, e4 might become... Well, anyway, it will be draw.
Yeah, because I can go g4.
Yeah.
Like here I can go g4. That's the point. That's what I want to try and play. Yeah, and then this is just an immediate draw.
Right. You know, by the way, I have some intel information about last night's dinner.
Okay.
Because Sabino did a very tricky thing.
What did he do?
He sat at the women's table. So all the ladies, like Pia was there, Gunay,
okay.
Who else? Jansaya,
Yes.
Nino. Actually, most of the ladies who lost today, you know.
Oh, right. Do you think he put something in their drink? Do you?
I don't know. But, you know, at some point he told Maria that he believes that she always looks sad.
Oh.
And Maria was really surprised by it. And we were trying to figure out, was it a special strategy? I should have asked Sabino about that.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was a special strategy, actually. It's a
A little
probably
trick.
a little cheeky to do that. A little cheeky to say that, to throw her off. But she is now, of course, in.
They have still a lot of time on their clocks. 18 minutes against 14 minutes. Yeah, of course, they can take their time, but this game will not gonna end.
I mean, it's 80% to end a draw, but I have seen
Only
this position.
80.
You think it's more than 80%?
I think it's 99.
No, it's never 99.
You
I
can
mean,
see it going wrong.
No, 99 is too high. 80 is solid. We had a question by Protest Boy in the chat that says, if this is a draw, what are the team standings? So basically, the boys would have won 4 games today, so the girls will be up 2 overall. So it'll be 30 games played?
Right.
30 games.
So it means 16
so it's 16,
to
14, exactly. Very, very close.
And we must say that actually it doesn't matter how many matches one team wins.
Right.
Overall, it matters how many points they score.
Exactly.
So even if men, let's say, win one match less, but they score more victories, then they are winning overall, right?
They score one. You mean in terms of rounds?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if the men lost 6 rounds by 5.5, 4.5, and then won 4 rounds by 10-0. they win the match, right? So it's just the number of points at the end that matters.
Yeah, and I guess that the women's team will have to try to get back to it tomorrow, and it won't get easier because today they actually lost with this high score having all whites, and tomorrow there will be all blacks.
Well, we thought today all the boys having all blacks would be a disaster for them, so maybe it's just one of those tournaments where colours are not that important, possibly, but because it's been so surprising, because yesterday the women won convincingly with black, today the men with black, so it's been a weird couple of days in that sense.
And also, I must say that today men won with +4, and that's the biggest margin so far.
Yeah.
The women's team won 2 times by +3. So, yeah, kudos to them.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we've still got one game, and this game, I mean, it depends how optimistic Bobby Cheng wants to be. She just goes A4. Okay, so she just says, okay, rook C4. What's her idea?
Not sure, because that pawn cannot really move as after.
Maybe she just wants to put the rook on A8 and go A5, A6 and put the rook at the end. Maybe she wants to go rook A8, but the king can now come on E5, right? So let's say I go king E5, A5. Let's say I give a check. I now give another check, and I take this pawn, and I go A6. Yeah, this is also, I think, a simplish way of making a draw.
Yeah, indeed.
Should be. Yeah, and we got something. He just gave a check immediately. So A4, rook C4.
With his king still on F6.
Yeah,
right.
A5, rook C3 check. And there might even be a repetition straight away here. You can go king F4.
No, but king F4 runs into trouble after rook A3, no?
Yeah, you put yourself in Zugzwang, do you?
Okay.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, she goes king G2. Yeah, well spotted. King G2. Okay, he's going to give the check now on C2. There's no other move that makes sense because you want to take the pawn with check. So he's going to give the check. She will go back, takes, and then her plan is to put the rook on A8, push the pawn to the end.
But well, you know, actually, I start looking at this position, and it's not so straightforward. No? I don't understand why she allowed it, because now let's say king E5.
Yeah, A6.
Rook A3 check.
Yep, king F2.
King E4.
Okay.
You might get
A7,
into
E5,
net.
right?
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm not loving it.
King G2.
Rook A2 check.
And King F3. King H3. And the point is, if you go King E3, now I finally have Rook E8.
Wait, I have an idea.
Okay.
Rook A1.
Rook A1. No threats. I'll go King G2.
And now I cannot really play. Yeah, I cannot really
I think
this
is the construction that she wants. Something along these lines where she has this, and if the king ever leaves the defense of this pawn on
E5.
That's weird. It won't let me. Yeah, we have Rook E8.
Yeah.
Always. And if you defend this pawn with, let's say, Rook A5,
it doesn't
really
matter
because I still go Rook E8
right.
at the right moment.
Yeah, but I don't know why was it necessary, because it feels like white should be precise here already, no?
Yeah, but I think it's all right, basically. I think she is being she's just finding a very direct way to force the draw, basically.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this just has to be a draw.
What would you do in this kind of a position? Would you offer draw or just...
No, you got to play it out. I mean, black has got no risk, so you just have to play it out. But I expect that they won't spend too much time on it, basically. Okay, so rook takes
he took
A2.
the pawn. Now rook A8 will follow.
Rook A8. Yep. And he will go king E5, I'm pretty sure, because there's no other move.
Yeah, this is the only hope to make progress for black. Well, he can start with rook A3.
Okay, rook A3.
Just setting up a little trap. King F4 is E5 mate.
Rook A3 to provoke king F4 for E5 mate. That has happened a few times before. Yeah. No, I mean, the professional move is to go king E5. I do expect king E5.
Right.
And then she's just going to push to the end. And
what a day, what a day.
I'm just trying to think, is there any other construction? Let's say she could check. Let's say, the point is you can't even pass very well here. So what I was trying to do is, let's say I did this and put the rook here. Does it make a difference? Yeah, just could never make progress here.
Yeah, because you cannot really go with the king to the D or F file as then a check will follow and A8 queen, so...
Right.
Yeah, probably the most challenging line is the one which we've seen before, the one where the king goes to H3. We might actually see it on the board.
Yeah, we could see something like that on this board for sure. For sure, we could see something. Just waiting for Maria. Just hasn't looked interested in this game for about half an hour. She's just like, come on, mate.
I think that she feels like she's missed some chances in this game. Because, yeah, those two knights looked indeed quite nice, and the bishop on A8 was a bit limited by White's chain of pawns. Yeah, maybe she's thinking what did go wrong here for her.
Yeah, not really sure. Okay, I mean, the game is still in battle, right? I mean, so where's the position?
After rook A8, black is thinking. So king G2.
Rook A8 here, right?
Yeah.
So he's got 16 minutes. So, I mean, he could spend some time here to see if he can find a construction. He's thinking, he's looking up, he's thinking, is there a construction here? I think if you go with the king E5, A6, rook A3 check, king F2, king E4, you have to go king G2. I beg your pardon. Yeah, that's actually kind of critical. Oh, well.
Draw agreement.
There you go. Not even a try there. Yeah, and it is just a draw, and they're just too good to mess that up. So there you have it. No wins for the girls today. A great day for the boys.
Right.
And very
the match
unexpected
is on
day.
fire now.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. If we imagine that the men's team repeats today's performance, the ladies will be in trouble.
Yeah, the men with they've got the momentum now going into round 4 tomorrow with the white pieces. Let's have a look at the results if we can put them on the screen. Those are the results from today. Draw Irene Sukanda against Hussein Aziz. Abdul Malik lost with white. Mahmoud Zada lost with white. Pia draw. Maria Sebag draw. That was the first draw against Joe Gallagher very early. Maria just finished now. Olga Giria, also an early draw in actually a completely crazy position they agreed to draw. Same with Marcel Efromsky. I mean, they agreed to draw in a crazy position, not willing to fight. Nino had a disaster today against Eric, and Jovanka, she just couldn't stabilize. So that means 4 critical wins for the boys today. And that is the standings as things are after round 3. Women up 16-14, only 2 points in it. A massive, massive clawback today by the men. Still 6 more rounds and still plenty of ups and downs and drama. And that's going to be it for us from the studio here today. We'll be back same time tomorrow, round 4. The men will have the white pieces. Are we going to see a bit of a momentum shift? Today might be the start. It's going to be close. Can't wait. See you all tomorrow, same time, same place. Take care.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Okay, welcome to the studio, Balázs. You drew today with Olga Giria, and I believe she sprang a surprise on you in the opening. Is that correct?
Well, I think I tried to spring the first surprise, but it backfired. I never played the Queen's Gambit Accepted, but I know that she's a very good theoretician, so at all costs I wanted to avoid the preparation. But it turned out that I went for a line that she and her team analyzed 2 years ago, and she remembered basically all the details up to 1 point. I think she misplayed the move order 1 move before the end, because there would have been an amazing tactic. And actually, I think I managed to avoid some pitfalls and found the best continuation. But had she played the best move order, then it would have been really hard for me to avoid the further coming ones.
Sounds fascinating. Let's have a look at the game.
Okay.
Okay, Balázs, we've got a position here. White's just played Queen to G4, threatening Bishop 8-6. Tell us something about the position.
Well, as I have mentioned already, I managed to step into some amazing preparation by Olga. And of course, obvious threat is Bishop 8-6, threatening mate, and then I have to give up the exchange. So it makes sense to preempt the F8 square either for Bishop F8 or then to push G6. First, I wanted to play Rook Fd8 because it feels they're more natural. But then actually it gives White. Sorry, can you move back?
Yeah.
Thank you. So Rook D8. Then it. Okay. Why does it do it? No. Okay. Okay. Never mind. So
maybe try that.
Okay. Thank you. So it gives White time, and let's say Bishop 8-6, G6.
Yeah.
And either H4, I think, or White gets a lot of time to stabilize it. Rook C1. Mm-hmm. And all these maneuvers with Knight D7 doesn't really work, because I think, let's say there is Knight E6.
Oh, wow.
And the Queen C4 is not working because Rook is not on C8. If I were in time to take on C4, then that's fine. And if takes, then, okay, I guess Bishop G6 and next move Bishop H7, Bishop F7, everything is threatened. So Rook D8, it gives too much time, and even some H4, a slow maneuver is possible. And the other option I checked was like its drastic measure to play F5. Because if White takes, then I'm more or less happy, because, okay, I don't say I'm too happy, but King H8, and White cannot take because some Rook E8, Rook E1 backrank mate, and my bishop come to life, and okay, I think I have some compensation. Still, my king is quite weak. Yes. But she mentioned that what I was afraid of, that if F5, then just Queen G3, and the pawn on e6 remains really weak, so I cannot really move my knight. It's a picturesque position, but white knights are more threatening. So I played rook fc8.
C8, yeah.
And the point is that, okay, bishop h6 is natural. Sorry.
Bishop h6.
Bishop, yeah, okay. If bishop f8, I would do it with rook on d8, because now knight d6 is, I think, like game over.
Oh, okay.
Or very close to that.
Yeah.
So I play g6, and this is critical position, because, okay, it makes sense. I think white either plays h4, but then I think I'm in time to do knight d7, because if knight e6 now, I can take on c4. And if h5, I think I can take, because if I take on c4, then there is taking on g6, but I think I defend everything. After ag, I can take everything and king h8, and there is no mate. And actually, after rook g8, it is me who
Gets
starts.
mated.
I start attacking. So, okay, queen g3, and instead rook c1 would have been the best move order, as told by Olga, because the point is that if I play knight d7 now, okay, there is bishop f6 computer move, but I wouldn't have found it, I think. Sorry, it's queen g3. This one I still spotted, because the point is that now the pawn is defended, knight d6 is threatening, because there is no knight e5 intermezzo, and if I take the knight, which I intended to do as a last measure, then bishop b3 traps my queen. And I was going to sacrifice it, and then okay, some bishop f8, bishop g7 trying to set up some sort of blockade, but I didn't have high hopes with that. It was like a drastic measure. So instead of rook c1, knight d7.
Oh, this position.
Yeah, and then queen g3, and then Olga told me that bishop f6 is only move. Everything else is like +1. I don't say I would have found it. And the point is that if white takes, like bishop g6, therefore, the knight is defended. That's why it's important that bishop g6 is included. But I can take this one, and if knight d6, it's important I take with this knight, because if knight d6, I take on c1. Let's show. And bishop d5, and it's plus equal. Either white wins or I can make a draw. But then she mixed up the move order with this queen g3.
Queen g3, yeah.
And yeah, I was aware that if knight d7, probably rook c1, it leads to the same. So I played b3, and with the point that if knight takes b4, then I gain a crucial tempo with...
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
sorry, I shouldn't have done that.
Can I go on to show one more variation? Because there is one more, another tactic I found, but I'm not sure it works. So everything is hanging, and somehow my pieces come to life, and there is no mating threat. So let's say white starts taking pieces. If I take on a1, then knight d6, and my knight is trapped and rook is hanging. So I thought queen c4, rook c1, and my big idea was knight d4. And I think I win an exchange in every move order, because my next move, okay, I can pre-move knight e2 in online games as well. And okay, she takes knight e2, I take the queen, I take on c4, and even if she steps out, she steps out, knight e2 still, and this leads to the same. So that was my plan. Yeah. So of course, she played bishop b1 instead, and offered draw. To be honest, I offered draw, I think, at move 15, because as the Hungarian saying goes, never lose a game before without offering a draw, so I tried. And then she offered draw. I was 50 minutes behind on clock, and still I didn't see what to do for sure, because well, if she doesn't offer draw, I don't feel that something is critical, but on online engine still shows that rook d8 is only move that holds the position. Everything else is +1, and I was going to sacrifice the pawn with knight e4.
Right.
If we can go on for one more minute.
Sorry, where do I go to?
The bishop b1, final position.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, there, yeah.
No problem. There. Yeah, so there is knight b4 tactic, but okay, it doesn't work because of knight d6. So I tried to play knight if I was most probably going to play this, queen c4, and the point is that if rook c1, I can take on a4. With the pawn on b4, I'm forced to play queen e6, queen a2, and with the queen on e2, there would be some knight e6 and bishop g6 tactics, as always. But now I'm in contact with the bishop, so because of the x-ray, and white cannot take. So knight e4, so instead she should take on b3 instead of rook c1.
Instead of
this one, yeah.
For some reason down here it doesn't like to.
Can we go by the arrows? Okay, so
you can do, yeah.
we agreed that after queen takes b3, I either take or play rook b8 first and have some positional compensation based on the weaknesses on the queen side. I don't know what the engine will show because we haven't checked this one. I would have been reasonably happy to get this instead of the queen sacrifice because I feel that I have good drawing chances, but it is what it is.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.